Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 28, your bi-weekly dose of Turtle StarCraft. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the tournament, to our Turtle Tussle here. This is a bi-weekly tournament open to all players, open to all shapes, all sizes, and of course a big shout out to Mark BT as well as Protostegosaurus for helping to fund, helping to sponsor the event. If you're in the chat, !B in the chat, you get a link to the bracket, you get a link to the overall Wikipedia and challenge. But we are jumping into our first series of the day. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, representing his new team, Alien Esports. It is Nikic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss from South Korea. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our round of 16 match. Again, we'll go over the rest of the bracket after this. We are featuring some key players here. We have some heavy hitters like ByuN, like Creator, like Jumy, like Gerald. We'll get into it. We'll get into it after this series. For now, we're going to be opening up a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of the side of Nikic. Likewise, Rebellion going for standard start himself, going for a gate expand into Cybercore. Standard openers all around. Rebellion just poking in, just going to be trying to be as annoying as possible, denying some mining time or forcing inefficient mining in the main base. Outside of that, we're settling in. We are settling in. Just catching up with the chat. So glad you're on tonight. Oh, every night, Pappy, every night. We got you. We got you. Again, we're typically live twice a day, every single day. One time here in the morning, another time in the afternoon. Typically, we have like a time slot for the more Americas region, which is now, and for a more European/Korean region, which is later on in the evening. Today's broadcast is, of course, a Turtle Tussle. Tonight's broadcast is the podcast, so we have that later on during a more European-friendly time. So twice a day, twice a day, every single day. Let's go, let's go. Otherwise, we're going to be settling in. So far, so good. We have our take of choice, Stargate opener out of Rebellion. Again, Rebellion, he usually does thrive in the mid game. He is one to open up Twilight Council, bear that in mind. So keep an eye on Rebellion when it comes to his tech of choice throughout the course of this series. So far, standard opener. This should lead into a third base. It should lead into Oracle, into a third expansion, into the mid game with +1 and Blink Stalkers. But Rebellion can be a little bit quirky at times. So we'll keep an eye on our Protoss player here to see if he does ever deviate from the norm. We'll see. We shall see. As of now, is going to be walling up. Not the most sturdy of walls, but a wall nonetheless. It's fine. A wall nonetheless. With that pylon, does bulk up that hole. And speaking of deviating from the norm, there it is. It is not an Oracle opener. It is going to be a Void Ray instead. Okay, you have my attention. Void Ray is on the way, already rallied towards the initial Overlord. The goal here is to hunt down the Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and to hide the follow-up tech. Now, as a reminder, this can still lead into a normal game. This can still lead into a normal standard game state. That is true. This can still lead into a third base, into +1 and Blink. Or we could hide some tech. We could go for an earlier Twilight Council into early Glaives. We can go into a fast Fleet Beacon into Tempest. We can go for a fast second Stargate into Mass Oracle, into Mass Void Ray. There are a couple of options here with what Rebellion can achieve and what he can do. What's important is that Nikic is in the dark, and there's going to be this kind of shroud of ambiguity around Rebellion and his build. And there it is! Fleet Beacon. Let's go. This is one of the many builds you can go for as we were actually listing them off. Fleet Beacon into Tempest, or you can go Fleet Beacon into Carrier Rush. Now, what's important right now, there's only one Stargate. If we don't get a second Stargate, let's go. We have a bit of a fake out. Okay. So what's happening here, shout out to the turtle, by the way, is that the plan is to reveal the initial units. This should be a Tempest, so it should be like 1, maybe 2 Tempests, and the goal here is to force an overreaction. to reveal the Tempest, to move it across the map. What does that do? That forces out gases, that forces out a Spire, and ideally forces out Corruptors. And while that's happening, bam, hard switch into Twilight Council, into charge, into a ground army instead, and then the Zerg player dies. This was very trendy now 2 years ago. I was going to say last year, but I want to say 2 years ago at this point. In 2023, going to Glaives, not into charge. Interesting. So the charge follow-up was popularized by Classic. That was in GSL around November of 2023. Like November, maybe October. Sort of era of StarCraft on the Alcyone map pool, if I recall correctly. So that was when that was popularized. This is a different variation going into Glaives instead of charge. Regardless, the goal here is still to catch the Zerg player off guard. So Tempest is moving out, and again, intentionally so, the Tempest does want to reveal itself. So Tempest is going to be sent across the map. Back at home, we have Ling Roach amassing. So we do have a ground-based army. But again, the goal here with the Tempest is to force an overreaction. But this might actually trigger a counterattack. Based on the amount of Lings and Roaches we have, no lair. Never mind. No lair, no Roach speed yet. So most likely it's going to be staying back at home. Tempest is revealed. We do chip away here at the bases. Queens are forced to respond. Tempest has to be careful not to overextend. And there it is. There's a Spire. There's a Spire, and ideally, Rebellion, he wants Nickish to bank up resources and get ready for Corruptors. Tempest does chip away at those Queens. Dipping into the main base. One-shotting drones. Ooh. Gets 2 workers. Gases are being taken, and as the gases are being taken, the Adepts, they have arrived, and they shade in towards that third base. Now, thankfully, we have Roaches. Thankfully, we had safety Roaches already morphed in. Adepts, they commit to the shade. And are there enough Roaches? I believe there are. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, boys are pulled for a moment. 5 workers go down, but these Adepts, they're going to be completely cleaned up. Yeah, they get shut down. They attempt to shade away. 4 Adepts do survive. So far, good response by Nickish. And what's he doing is making more Roaches. We have +1 range on the way, more Roach production underway as well. Yeah, Nickish, he doesn't overreact. He still has the Spider, don't get me wrong. And we can see Rebellion switching into Blink Stalkers. He's switching to Blink. And again, Nickish thankfully already made these Roaches ahead of time. Now he's made even more, and now he's looking for those Adepts. And so far, Nickish, the pants were not down. Aha, let's go. The pants were not down. We have a mothership on the way as well to help support. That one Tempest stuck in between the bases. Stalkers are being active. This Stalker reveal as well confirms that Nickish, he needs to focus on that ground force. He's got 5 Corruptors on the way, but only 5 Corruptors. Like, at this point, he knows. At this point, Nickish, he realized what's going on. Rebellion's behind. That Adept attack had to do more damage, had to cripple the economy. It did not. And now here come the Roaches. They just waddle across the map. Probes are going down, and Rebellion is in trouble. He's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in. That does warp in across the map. Roaches are racing back home. And the base is going to fall. Nickish, he doesn't commit to the base trade. He could have. He could have kept going. Could have gone all the way. But last turns back around. Plays Rebellion. Trying to warp in what little he has left. Going to be forced back. Nickish is somewhat supply blocks. Thankfully, he's breaking out. And Rebellion, he does go back home. Does turn around. Does race back home. Did save most of his workers. He's still in this game. He's still in this. Nickish, I'm not too convinced by his decision to race back home, but, you know, he's maintaining himself. He's taking up Hydra Den, Infestation Pit, into a Hive, into Roach Hydra. He's building up. The Stalkers, these Stalkers have a lot of potential. They have +1, they have Blink. So far, trading well. Rebellion does trade well. You sound disappointed the pants stayed up. Always, Pappy, always. Oh, no. Not like this. He's wearing a belt. How dare he? As Roach Ravager does push in. So far, it's holding back the Stalkers. Yeah, forcing Rebellion away. Headed for the third. Doesn't quite have enough to push in. Ooh. And so far, Rebellion trading well with these Stalkers. Very nice Blink control. Yeah, nice control. He does hold on. Outtrades the Roach Ravager. Again, the supply can be deceiving, as Roach Ravager is quite inflated here in that supply. Well, does inflate the supply. Behind this, joining up his 4th base, taking up. Hive is almost done. Building up towards lurkers. Till then, these stalkers can still trade well. Can still trade well. He's breaking forward. Up! Oh my god. That's moving away. Behind this, he has opted not to take in any splash damage or take any additional... I mean, he has all of his gases. And Rebellion, he could afford something like a Temple Archives or a Bay. But for now, can ring to Mass Stalker, and he is gaining ground. Oh, lurkers are on the way. Can he focus them down? The lurkers! Oh, he can get one. Barely one. One lurker does fall. The other three do morph in. Rebellion had potential. At the same time, 10 drones do fall. And the lurkers are out of position. Does get one more. There's 2 lurkers left. Nikic, she's being overwhelmed. Yeah, he just cannot keep up. Not against this. Still filing in with more roaches. Blackers, Miss Rally. Oh no! Miss Rally to Rebellion. Stalkers go down for free. Stalkers, they get picked up. Those 2 lurkers are still in position. No detection. Rebellion has to retreat, but he does kill the expansion. And Rebellion has a lead. At this point, the lurker count is far too low. All it really needs is going to be that detection. Did we lose a mothership? Did that? No, I guess he just canceled. Okay. I was like, where did it go? Never got it. Ooh, there's Revelation. Who needs a rover? Who needs detection or who needs an observer? Ooh, when you have that Revelation. Livingston takes out another lurker. Takes another down. Trades against the roaches. Ooh, takes out another, and now there's one more. Oh my god, Revelation barely runs out. Whew. Barely ran out in time. Really being forced back. Black West Corruptors finding some uses. Headed towards that natural. They're gonna bring it down. Yeah, the causing spray is so good. It takes a couple of seconds and the base does fall. They just get the hell out of there. But at least they're able to find some more value. Oh. They were. As they're being hunted down. And this is going to preserve the mothership, as the mothership has arrived, has yet to be revealed. Nigish retaking another expansion, building up his lurker count. What was once 2 lurkers, now up to how many? Now up to 5. He's slowly building up his lurkers, rejoining, resaturating. It's still a very, very tense game state though. Rebellion can still break this army. Lurker count is okay, but still not amazing. There we go. 4 more lurkers in production. It's going to be 9 in total. And that would be enough. Oh. Lurkers, they borrow in time. They force back the stalkers. So far is keeping up. Is keeping up. Like we're slow zone on the main army. Expansion is going to be going down. Barely not. Barely does save it. Mothership taking a lot of hits, and the mothership should finally fall. Stalkers are holding their own, but lurkers, they move in. And there's no good into these lurkers. Not anymore. There's too many. There's 9. 9 lurkers, they force back the Protoss. Really, he cannot push up this ramp. Oh my god. He can't push up. That's not going to happen. And this would typically force out a higher tech army, whether it's Skytoss, whether it's Archon Immortal, but we see only Blink Stalker. Only Blink Stalker. Rebellion is being outscaled. This army is losing its effectiveness. Oh. Still a very mobile composition though. Workers trying to keep up. Whereas Oracle is going to be going down, so does the base. Base does fall. Lurkers the last day counterattack. There's a recall. Recall over, more lurkers have arrived. Oh yeah, the stalkers, they cannot hold their own against this. There's first revelation. There's still another lurker behind this. The Oracle goes down. Oracle falls, reinforcements on the way. Fortune's way in. Oh, some of the lurkers are exposed. There's 1, 2, 3 lurkers, but last GG gets called. A Mass Blink Stalker is not going to work against this. And Nikic, he will survive. He will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Nikish does take a lead in the series. A very, very intense game. Again, shout out to Rebellion for the build of choice, going initially Tempest into a hard switch into a gateway-based army. But as we did mention, the switch into Glaive Adepts did not do well enough. Remember, he killed 5 drones. He killed 5 drones for 12 plus adepts. It just was not worth it. He needed more value, he needed more damage. Alas, he did not get what he needed. Thankfully, Nikish did make a bunch of safety roaches. You could argue that was inefficient. I would agree. I would say, it's a little bit inefficient to make all these roaches this early on without really knowing what's happening, but it worked out. Did work out, did pay off in the end, and it was able to deflect and survive against the initial adepts and take a lead from there. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Nikish takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Usually disappointed when pants stay up as well. Ah, no. Ah, no. Not like this. As we're getting into that second game, and we'll see if Nikish can close this out. We'll see if Rebellion can bounce back. As we are jumping into our next game. Oh. As we do a big shout to Turbo, a big shout to Turbo Quacker in the chat. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community. Thank you, gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it as always. Turbo Quacker has been around for a very, very long time, since I want to say 2020. I want to say around 2020 is when Turbo Quacker first started watching us. So thank you so much for all the support. We always do appreciate it. As always, quack, papi, quack. As we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Zerg player, red Zerg from the land of Belarus, representing Alien Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Nikish. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss from South Korea, down in the series. We'll see him bounce back. It is Rebellion. You can see, following since May 17th of 2020. Boomer Oh no. I mean, 2020 isn't that long ago. Looks at the calendar. It's been 5 years. Crazy. I mean, I know a lot of people watching nowadays are a little bit newer to the stream, a little bit newer to the channel, but that's also why I appreciate seeing some of the old school veterans like Turbo Quacker. Do appreciate it. Always. We're all old here. 2020 was last year, right? Oh no. Oh no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Smooch. We just got out of lockdown, right? We just right? Copium. We're all getting old. As for now, we're getting into game two. And again, my eyes are going to be on Rebellion coming into this. As we saw, as we were somewhat validated last game, Rebellion, he is one to have some cheeky builds. He's not always one to play normal, play standard. He does like to mix it up. Not saying that he's going to go Tempest once again, but he could. Likewise, he can go for an earlier Twilight Council into earlier Glaives. Like, there are different avenues of builds that Rebellion can go for. It's going to be up to Nikish to play as safely as possible. We can see here Stargate Opener once again. We'll see if, I mean, personally, I do really enjoy it when Protoss players, when they open Void Ray multiple times in a series and then they change their build in the aftermath, right? They make it look like the same build that they just went for and they hide something different. So we'll see if we see a Void Ray for a second time, or if we open up Oracle once again. Do have our Stargate finishing. Nikish getting his third base, just Hatch Gas pull into a third. Welcome one also Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Short rushes and spike rounds. We could see aggression on this map, and there it is. No Void Ray. We're going to be opening up Oracle for the first time this series. Let's go. Here we go. Now we are going to be setting up. Going to be setting up back at home, saturating our bases. Oracle has arrived. And from here, interesting, Oracle into Void Ray. Okay. Is going to be a Void Ray follow-up. Headed towards that natural. gonna bring it down. Oh! Gets one, gets two, not bad. Gets two drone kills, pulls away. Void Ray, again, once again, is gonna be focusing down that Overlord, denying vision, denying scouting. And we'll see where Rebellion goes from here. Does he once again hide a Twilight Counter into Glaze? Do we go to charge? Third base is being taken. Do we just play standard? Possible. There we go. Thanks, Screw. Thanks like that. Thank you, Turbo. Thank you. It's a bright and sunny world after lockdowns. Life is good and stuff, right? I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't go. I just cast. It's. Oh no. Think I had the luxury of going outside? No, no. We cast all day, every day here. Aye, aye, aye. Oh, the StarCraft. It's the same. So now Rebellion does pull away. Likewise, going to plus on a blink. This is a more standard follow-up here. Everything's looking normal, saturating his third base, and getting into his own Blink Stalker follow-up. So far, this time, standard game. Standard game here at Rebellion. Of course, Nikish doesn't know that, and the Void Ray, I'm sure, does give a little bit of uncertainty here to Nikish when it comes to what exactly the Protoss is up to. Lings, they threaten a dive, but so far, Rebellion, he is holding. Is keeping up. Nice Sim City, does wall up. As in, yo, for a second, let's go. Thank you so much, Turbo Quacker, once again. For another gifted sub to the community. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. To Kratos this time. Oh, I didn't give a shout out earlier. To Kratos and earlier to... Oh. To Remasticus. To Remasticus. Gracias, gracias. Border going to be so back. Oracle Stasis goes off, catches out two drones, and we do have a Spire this time, though. This is not a reaction to Tempest, it's not Corruptor. This is a Spire into Mutas. Okay, Nikish, you got my attention. Plus on melee also indicates that we don't really intend to commit into Roaches, that instead it's going to be mass Muta into Link support, not only harassing Mutas into Roaches, but a bigger commitment into the Muta. Let's go. Is committing in. Oh, I'm making the assumption though, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Nikic. Back at home, Rebellion knocking down those towers, walling up, walling off, getting to Immortals, getting into his own Temple Archives. What time zone are you in? I'm in Australia. Let's go. The land of Oz. Oh. Stalkers, they get surrounded, not bad. Yeah, Stalkers, they get shut down. Alas, Oracle not quite able to support. Rebellion gonna be forced back. So far, Nikish, he's holding on, he's keeping the Protoss at bay. And behind this, the Spire is now complete. Show us those Mutas. And there it is, 8 Mutas already in production. +1 air attack. Did I say 8? Going up to 10. 10 Mutas on the way. Lings get a round, they take down one of the High Templar. Take down a High Templar. Rebellion building up. Getting up to 12 Mutas now. And again, Rebellion, he has no idea. He has no idea. Now, thankfully, he does have some Blink Stalkers, so he has a way to try to respond and deal with this. Likewise, he can also morph in Archons. He has Storm. There is anti-air, don't get me wrong, but the reality is the main base is exposed. There's no cannons, no shield batteries in the main. Likewise, no stack defense here at the natural. Likewise, there are cannons here at the third base, but by happenstance, more than anything, the main and the natural are very exposed. And there's potential for damage. Speaking of, Mutas are on the way. We go. As soon as they dive into the main base, get into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. So far, good damage. This is getting out of hand. Getting to 9, 10, 11 probe kills. Oh my god. The entire mineral line is going to fall. A last late reaction here from Rebellion. And it's a ground-based army. Strongly keep up. And we just dance between the bases. We just dance between them. Hop back and forth. 21 probe kills. This is getting out of hand. This is just too much. And Rebellion, he's going to have to counterattack, but can he? Now, what I appreciate out of Nikish is that he did make 12 Mutas. Behind this, we're not making any more. Lurker switch. going for a lurker switch instead, going for a lurker transition. This is a good way to get ahead economically, and then to tech up and tech switch into something even greater, into lurkers. Now, Nickish still needs more time. The Hive is still not done, Lurker Den is still not done, so time is required to really build them up. Likewise, letting Roach on the right hand side runs into a wall of cannons. Muta's back into the main. There's no probes left to kill, unfortunately, but he can camp the production. Takes down the Phoenix, takes down the Void Rave. Nickish pulls away. Roach heading in towards that third. Gets on the full workers. Takes down a High Templar. And enough time has passed. You see what I see? I see 12 lurkers. the lunkers, they're coming. They're on the way. Lunkers are morphing in. Now, these are going to be lair tech lurkers. Hive upgrades have really just now begun, so they're not the most ideal lurkers. This base is going to fall, but these lurkers should be enough to hold the line, to hold the ramp, and to defend the bases. Does move in. We'll take a save to the face. Storm's going up. High Templar are exposed. Yeah, and already 2 High Templar going down. Brutal spine shots. Muta's trying to camp the production. They're going to be thrown away. But the army's locked down. We need to oh no! He has to recall out of here. He pushes in. It's not going to be a pretty trade. Does break through the lurker line though. Not bad. He's breaking in. Nickish up against the wall, massing up Mortling Hydra. Muta's they dive on that prism. The prism barely goes down. And the base is going to be forfeit. Ultra's falling. Here come the reinforcements. Again, they're lacking upgrades, no Hydra speed. But with reinforcements, this should be enough. There's no storm. Templar needs more time. He needs more time. He needs more energy. Last Nickish fights back. Does hold, does fight back. Throws down a wall of spine crawlers. Behind this, Rebellion is on 48 workers, barely an economy. Barely an economy at this point. Nickish taking a storm to the face. Rebellion, he's trying to force his way in. Ooh, the Hydras are exposed. High Templar go down. Better trade for Rebellion. He's breaking through. No shot. He's doing it. He's breaking through. He's getting some of that final lurker. Oh no! The Observer went down. Observer barely went down. Lurker survives, but the base goes down. The base does fall. And Nickish, he's barely holding on. He has one lurker to hold on to. Observer's being rebuilt. And Rebellion, he's been all in for quite some time. Again, he barely has an economy. But he's trading well. Is trading well. Nickish moving in 5 more lurkers. 5 more on the way. That's really pushing in. Oh. That's one queen. The lurker count is slowly building up. Yo, we got the 1 Tempest on the way. Let's go. Thank you, Tempest. Morphing in more Head Templar. Rebellion, he's reprobing. He's resaturating. He's still in this game. Now, given the armies we're working with, I do favor Nickish now that the lurker upgrades are finishing. He has both. He has both lurker upgrades. He has Hydra speed, so he can reinforce. And as the lurker count builds up, I do favor him for the time being. That is only until the Tempest count builds up, though. Like, right now, there's 1 Tempest. If we can get into proper Sky Toss, if Rebellion can establish another base and max out, then that's a different story. Oh my god, the Prism barely survives. Rebellion rotates towards the left-hand side. Claims another expansion. At the same time, Ling Rama gets in. Oh, the wall is wide open. The wall was not a wall. It does force a recall. Can we get the expansion? It's going to be close. And he can. Yeah, Nexus goes down. Nice pickup. Nexus does fall. Rebellion pulling away. Want to play some KS2? Oh, este Startuck. Ay, ay, ay. Este Startuck. Nikic waddling in between the bases. And we'll break through. Takes down the gateways, takes down the cybercore. Oh. And Nikic, I mean, Rebellion's completely out of position. He's zoned out. He's zoned away. Rebellion, he was not ready for this. And do we commit to a base trade? Do we try to break through? I mean, the Tempest, they can't chip away this army for free. But it's going to take so long. It's only 2 Tempests. Only 2 Tempests here. Massive storms on the Hydras. The ground army cannot move out. No, we can't move in. Not like this. And he's going to lose all the High Templar. High Templar, they go down one after the other. GG gets called. He will lose the entire army. And Nikic, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played Nikic. He will claim the series, will advance on, and with that, Rebellion is out of the tournament. And now it's time to catch up on the bracket itself, to catch up on whether or not Nikic has an opponent already. Let's find out. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Again, shout out to Rebellion. He had some quirky builds here, especially in game 1. Here in game 2, less so. We saw, you know, Stargate Opener into Blink Stalker, into a more standard follow-up. This is where Nikic could thrive a little bit more. Despite that, still very, very close between the 2 players. Could have gone either way. Lurkers were going down. Stalkers were going down. The Mutas, they wreaked havoc. I assume the Mutas would just end the game, but he was still in there. He still hung in there in the end. GG, well played. And with that, we're catching up on the bracket. Oh, or are we? As we do have another series ready for us here. Oh, I don't have much time. We're going to be jumping in mid-series as it looks like we have 2 players ready for us. Beautiful. So we have no time. But when it comes to bracket, we have ByuN. ByuN is going up against Patches in the first round. Winner goes up against Nikic. I believe Nikic is the one and only and the last remaining Zerg player in the tournament. So best of luck to Nikic here when it comes to some race representation coming into the Turtle Tussle, as he's surrounded by purely Terrans and Protosses. We have ByuN in the upper half going up against Patches. We have Gerald versus Nice. We have Mute. We have Shameless. We have Creator. We have Jumy. All Protoss players. I believe Dark Lorax is a Zerg, so I believe there is technically a second Zerg player in the bracket, and we have, of course, Jumy and Luciano, which is our next series. We're jumping in mid-series into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. In the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our German Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chilean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Clan NWCE. It is Luciano. We go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. You can place your bets on who you think will take the series. I'm a big fan, and of course, Luciano is near and dear to my heart. But alas, Jumy is the favorite player coming into this. He's up 1-0. We'll see if Luciano can bounce back. I want to believe he can. So far, going CC first. Wait, what the hell just happened? If you know anything about TVP, you would know, okay, we have like 2 openers. We have the Rax expand, or we have double gas into factory into expansion. This is CC first, mate. Before the gases. He's crazy. Oh my god. Okay, so CC first out Luciano. Meanwhile, Jumy, being cheeky here, waiting for the Cyberlord to finish up. Going proxy, what looks to be proxy Stargate. Oh boy. Is going proxy Stargate. How long does this event last, more or less? I would say on average 4 hours. On average, more or less 4 hours is the length of a broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings. There are some events that go up to 5, up to 6. There are others that maybe end at like 3.5. But around 4 hours is typically what you expect from an event like this. Around 4 hours. But there it is, Stargate. So approaches Stargate out of Jumy. Is on the way. Where's knocking down that depot? I don't think Terry knows what year it is. I mean, Luciano is pretty good, but I agree. His opener's crazy. I'm gonna message him after this. Gonna be like, Pappy, what's going on? You're insane. He's like, see, Pappy, see, I'm loco. Oh god. So from here, he's going to be stuck in his main base a little bit longer. We have the bunker behind this as well. So strong reaction so far to Luciano getting into a 1-1-1. The Adept Zealot does not scout the tech, does not get behind that CC. But here comes the Oracle. The Oracle into the main base. SCVs are going to be going down. And there's limited anti-air. There's only one Marine. There's only one Marine here. So that's going to be 2. That's going to be 3 SCVs. I mean, the SCVs, they can't go anywhere. The Oracle is set. Oh my god, Oracle doesn't go off. Sorry, I meant to say Widowmine doesn't go off. Widowmine doesn't connect. But so far, good damage. It's going to be 5 SCVs, and Luciano is stuck in the main. Is trapped in the main base. Second Oracle dives in. Goes to the gas geysers. Goes to the gas mining workers. We can see Luciano trying to drag the Oracle into the Widowmine. But last, Jumy, he won't take the bait. Nice hold position micro. Oh! Gets 10 SCV kills. 5 and 5. Keeps both Oracles alive. And we don't have a third Oracle on the way. But regardless, it's a strong start for Jumy. Very strong start. Check me. Yeah, he's like so good, so good. Let's see, we'll claim the expansion. Oh! Blackwire's kiting back. Adept shades in. Baits out the Mindshell, forces friendly fire. Ooh, does force friendly fire. The Oracles, they have an opening. Now there is no Woodmine ready, but there is a Cyclone. And Jumy, I'm sure he's tempted. Does he dive in? Does he commit and dive onto that Cyclone? If there's no repairs in time, the Cyclone may go down to both Oracles. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the SCVs. Oh, he's going for the Cyclone. Widowmine's going to reset. Oh, shot goes up. Yeah, it took a little bit too long here to go in, to dive forward. It does take down the Cyclone, but the Widowmine will clean up. And Luciano defends. He does hold, he does defend. Meanwhile, Jumy still reinforcing, just hyper-aggression out of Jumy. He just doesn't slow down. He denies the bunker. And is that game? I mean, there's a tank on the high ground, but the CC is going to be denied. It has to lift, has to float away. CC taking a lot of hits. We can't afford to lose it. It shouldn't go down. I believe the tank should zone away. Oh, it's going to be close, though. The CC's getting low. There we go. The boys are being pulled to repair. Command Center will survive. And behind this, Jumy just taking a third base. Behind this, Jumy, he's taking up into Blink. He's taking a third expansion. Low gas count, so he doesn't have too many warpins available. But all he has to do is just contain. Just contain his opponents. We do have a Cloak finishing up, going into Banshee. I believe 0 detection. Remember, both Oracles were killed, so 0 detection for Jumy. This one Banshee has potential. There's no robo. Oh, but Jumy's diving in. He blinks on top of the army. Takes down the tank. Chases down the Banshee. Oh, barely in time. Cloak isn't ready. But this is a rough trade here. All these Stalkers, they're all going to go down. Jumy throwing away a bunch of supply here. You know, the Banshee does arrive. There's the recall. Recall's back home. There's the Cloak. And thanks to the Cloak, the Banshee will wreak havoc. 2 shots probes. And workers are going down. We're getting chaotic here. Havoc. 6 probes. Not bad. Does pull away. Again, 0 detection. And heads towards the third. Unfortunately, no probes. No probes at the third base. Banshee gets away. As the dust settles, Jumy still has a worker lead, that is true. But at the same time, we're going into Hyperflight rotors. We're 30 okay. 30 C's almost done. My fault. I didn't even notice. I didn't think to. Rushing to a 30 C. Luciano is being so greedy. Like, bear in mind, he's doing all of this without like stim, without a second Rax, without a third Rax. That's why he can afford this, by the way. His production is very bare bones at this stage of the game. That's how he's able to afford a third CC. And this will allow him to recover, true, like economically. But can he survive? That's the big question. Can he survive? Jumy moving out. Does move out. Does threaten the natural. Tank is ready. Bunker as well. This natural gonna be broken. Double fat. This is what I was waiting for. When I saw that Hyperfight Rotors, I was like, is this mech? It is. There we go. 2 factories on the way. We are meching it up. I mean, this is going to be a very cost-efficient army, but can Luciano survive? Can he make it there? Or did he already pre-pull the boys? Master repair in the bunker. Tank goes down. Oh, with the stalkers, they get punished. Oh my god. And Luciano, he's barely holding on. He shuts down the stalkers. Both tanks full. Ooh. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. If only one tank had fallen, that would have been okay, but the tank count gets reset. And Jumy, he's reinforcing. This isn't a pretty trade. Like, this isn't clean out of Jumy, but if he can keep resetting the tank count, he can break this. He can eventually break this position. He can snowball out of control. Basically, Jumy, he's looking to brute force this location. Just brute force the natural, bring it down. Warping in more zealots. Oh, there's a salvage. Uh-oh. Bunker gets salvaged. Tank is out in the open. And here comes Jumy. Oh, plenty of Marines, though. Again, no stim, by the way. These are vanilla Marines. Like, they're these Marines, they're not long for this world. Does dive in, claps on the army. GG gets called, and before the mech can get underway, Jumy, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Jumy. He will take the series. That was a wild game. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Will claim the series. And hold on, is Luciano there? Is it? Let's go. I just messaged him. I was like, Bappy, CC first into mech. Crazy. Luciano responds, XD. He's like, I was trolling. Okay. Este Luciano. GG, well played. As Jumy does advance on into the quarterfinals, and we'll be following him into his next series as we quickly switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Here we go. But again, much love to Luciano. Much love. It's a good guy. But here we go. Again, I was ideally going to be following, you'll see my plans, especially because Nikic, he's the only Zerg player in the bracket. I was hoping to catch him, follow him into ByuN, but ByuN versus Patches is still ongoing, so Nikic still does not have an opponent, alas. So we did find another series here towards the lower half of the bracket. Jumy takes down Luciano, Shameless takes down Prome, Mute takes down Nicaract. That is surprising to me. Nicaract, especially in this matchup, especially in TVP, he can pop off. He can bring down some big names. That's an impressive result there by Mute. Creator takes down Dark Lorax. That confirms Nikic is the final Zerg player in the bracket. And the quarterfinals is, for the most part, getting ready. Round 16 is done. But again, ByuN versus Patches is delaying the bracket a little bit, so they're having a bit of a longer TVT. As a reminder, Patches is a Terran player, so they are having an extended series, potentially. They're locked in battle, facing off. So best of luck to Patches, best of luck to ByuN as well. But we're going to be following Shameless into his next series, into his next round. Sorry, Jumy into his next series, into his next round. Jumy versus Shameless is coming up next. That is going to be a PvP. As is the case with most online tournaments, I was talking about how, like, oh, you know, Nikic is the only Zerg player. Not just that, ByuN and Patches, they're fighting to be the last Terran in the tournament as well, against a sea of Protoss. And who seeded this bracket, by the way? Who made this tournament? Because why is the one Zerg and the one Terran, why are they gonna kill each other in the quarterfinals? What's happening? Yo. Is the Protoss Council behind this? Is what's oh no. What? So looking at you, Kuro. As they are lined up to face against each other. Best of luck. Of course, we're gonna be following Jumy into his next series. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump into our quarterfinals. soon jump in. Quack, quack, quack. It's catching up. Catching up. Extreme cases 6. Yeah. Does depend on the bracket, but I'd say average 4 hours. 4 hours. What the? Ah, no. Estecore. Rigging the brackets. Hashtag rigged. As looks like the meters are done and we're jumping into game number 1. Jumping into that first game. Hashtag blame illegal lag. Oh no. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the green Protoss player. The green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is from the land of Germany, Jumy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. We have our Shameless, we have our Jumy, we have our PvP, and we'll see how our players do. Indulge. We shall see. Again, we saw how aggressive Jumy was against Luciano, and I'll be honest, he's known for his aggression. Jumy, he's known for being a little more chaotic, less standard, less macro-oriented, and he's found a lot of success as a result. If you've been following the trajectory of Jumy over the past 6 months, or I would even say over the past 3 months even, in more recent history, Jumy has been popping off. It's been insane to see the growth and the results of Jumy throughout the course of November, December, January, and now February as well. It's been crazy to see him bring down bigger and bigger names. What was it, a couple of days ago during the Woody TV Monday where he accidentally beat Shin? He like accidentally beat Shin and knocked him out of the tournament. True. Likewise, popping off against Solar, popping off against Rogue. Those are different matchups, to be fair, PvZ. But likewise, his PvP isn't too shabby either. So far, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Jumy. Likewise, we do have Shameless opening up 2-gate as well. Mirrored builds. Right now, both players are looking for each other's second pylon. We have the first pylon here at the ramp. Second pylon is... ooh. Hidden for Jumy. He does hide the second pylon. Shameless, his is in the main base, and Jumy does confirm. Assuming he probe scouts. So he's about to confirm. And Shameless might overreact as a result. Shameless, he's looking. Like, he's looking for the pylon. He knows it isn't there. We know that it's a fake proxy pylon, but for all Shameless knows, it could be real. And considering Jumy's reputation of being aggressive, I mean, again, I wouldn't blame him if he does overreact and overrespond. So far, it is going to be a Stalker into Sentry. We do have a standard opener out of Shameless. With this, he can, of course, Hallucination Scout, and he is still looking for that pylon. You know, Jumy confirms the opener, sees both gateways, pulls away. Does pull back. Here comes that Hallucination. And Shameless looks like he will expand before his tech. So Shameless, he calls Jumy's bluff, doesn't believe it, and will expand. Likewise, Hallucination dives in, does get eyes on another pylon, and should confirm the expansion as well. Seeing the third base, seeing the natural expansion should confirm to Shameless that everything's looking normal. Oh, he finds it. He finds the pylon as well. Yeah, big scout here for Shameless. He scouts the expansion. He finds the pylon. Who is that? I've never. Was that Stedman? I've never heard that announcer before. Is that who that was? Was that was that Stedman? It's the Ghost. Oh, I've never heard anyone use that announcer before. That's crazy. Okay, there you go. We got a first for Jumy. First Ghost announcer. Okay, let's go. In general, it's quite rare for... oh, as that episode do shade into the main base. Getting one probe so far, just the one. Oh, getting two. But in general, it's quite rare for players to have to actually use announcers. Like, the most common one is Diva. There's a lot of players that use Diva. There's a couple of players that use Announcer Park. True, they use Announcer Park. I know a couple. I know Australia uses Whitera, for example. Recently, it was Inexorable and Jumy that were using Total Biscuit. But you don't often get other. We have a couple players that play with Abathur. True, Abathur. He's a little bit more common, but not much more than that. Never heard the Ghost one before. And likewise, I've never heard anyone use Stetman. I'm assuming he is an announcer. I don't know. No for certain. Appreciate it. From here, Jumy claiming his third. My apologies, going for a Blink-based opener. So getting into Twilight Council into Blink. Likewise, so is Shameless. So both players taking in the same directions. But what's important here is that Jumy, he expanded off of 2 gates. 2-gate opener into a third base. Very greedy here by Jumy. Shameless, he delays his third in favor of extra gateways. How many? That's going to be a 4-gate setup. 4-gate Blink Stalker. Very aggressive by Shameless. This is looking a little bit like a 2-base all-in. Yep, here comes a Prism. Shameless is going to commit. So Shameless, he has 2 extra gateways, so he has extra warp-ins. He can and should have a larger army compared to Jumy, and he can overwhelm. Jumy, has he survived this, he has the defender's advantage. He has defensive warp-ins, he has potentially shield batteries as well. Robo's on the way, we can make it immortal, but Jumy's going to be up against the wall. Jumy, he is scouting, he is looking for an expansion. He confirms there is none. He has an army here towards the top side. He has an army here towards the south as well. He confirms there is no Nexus, and he needs to take this seriously. Jumy bleeds out a Stalker. Stalker goes down. Sentries get caught. Massive losses for Jumy. Losing both Sentries and a Stalker. Back at home, shield batteries are on the way. He knows what's coming. He's seen enough. Jumy has seen enough. He does shade in between the bases. Not bad, gets 8 probe kills. But here comes the 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in has arrived, and Jumy is in trouble. He's trying to build up, looking at the units tab here. Jumy, he's down 3 Stalkers, soon to be down even more. Jumy gets supply blocked. Immortal's on the way, he needs the Immortal. And without it, Jumy, he cannot hold on. Shield battery coming into play. Does help, does assist. But the shield battery is going to go down. And the Immortal looks like it will pop out. It's going to be close. The pilot! Oh my god, it goes for the Robo. Immortal will pop just barely in time, but it's on its own. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Jumy's up against the wall. The Immortal is going to be targeted down. Massive pickoff. Jumy getting a bit of concave though. Does push in. Jumy, he can afford to lose some probes. And Jumy's holding. Jumy, he's barely holding on. Snipes a Prism. War Prism goes down. Stalkers as well, and Jumy, he will survive. No more reinforcements. Jumy, he has 39 workers, and he is making 3 probes at a time. He still maintains a probe lead, and he will exceed that as well. So he has the greater economy. He survives. Shameless, he was all in, and expanding from here is not really an option. As Shameless, he's rebuilding that War Prism. Rebuilding that Prism, building back up. Jumy, the longer this goes on, the better it is for the green Protoss. And Shameless, he's that much more all in. That much more all in. Moving out. More models are building up. Shield batteries, we have charge on the way as well. Shameless. Moving in. Here comes the second wave, the second all in. But this time, Jumy has an equivalent Stalker count, and he has defensive advantage. He has a concave, has a greater concave. It does pull back to the shield battery. Shield, there's 2 of them. Shield batteries, they help support, and Jumy, he should hold here. Like, he should not be broken, especially with immortal reinforcements. And Jumy, he weathered the storm. He survived the all-in. GG gets called, and Jumy will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Impressive defense there by Jumy. Again, he was able to finish up his shield batteries just in time. He made use of them in the defense. He was able to barely get that Immortal as well. Remember, the Immortal popped out just as the Robo was falling, and he was also able to pull the boys, able to buffer, able to support himself. Again, he could afford to lose some workers, and he got away with it. Jumy, he held. GG. GG, well played. And that leads us here into game number 2. We'll see if Shameless can force the ace match, or if Jumy will take the series. The pressure is on. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. I would love to see a back and forth between these 2 players, but it comes down to Shameless. Comes down to our Protoss. One of our many. Oh, might have to rebuild. Might have to remake. Shameless did load in as Terran. I don't think that's intentional. I'll be honest. I Oh. Yeah. That's not intentional. We'll have to remake. Yo, shout out to Slow Joe 2001 in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for the support for 6 months, half a year of support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Gracias, gracias. Oh. So we're getting into our next game. Cool. This time with the correct races. Seamus did accidentally load in as Terran, so we'll remake. We'll remake. And we'll see where the series takes us. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the green Protoss player, leading the series 1-0 from the land of Germany, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy down in the series. Barely not able to break Jumy with that 2-base all-in. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Shameless. Here we go. Stone the Dominion Ghost awarded for completing 10th anniversary campaign achievements. Oh, there you go. There you go. But here we go, Shameless. It's time to get juiced up. It's time to get juiced up. Here we go again. It's his known Shameless. He does love his juice spray. He's hydrating. He's getting ready. Of course, last game, Jumy, he faked a proxy pylon. This time, do we throw down a real one? We have both players, though, setting up on the low ground. Now, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love has a unique feature. That unique feature, a ramp. A ramp is coming into the natural. Because of this ramp, because of this one feature, it makes it viable and it makes it standard to open up with a low ground expand. Gate into, Nexus. Greedy build here by Jumy. I was going to say it means gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, then into a Nexus, but an economic opener nonetheless. Jumy, he cuts corners. He does cut corners. Shameless going for a standard opener. Again, gateway into Cybercore, then the expansion, and Shameless, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms, he sees how greedy Jumy's being. How does he respond? Now, Shameless, he could try to go for a proxy and respond with an all-in, otherwise he could play from behind. And the problem is that Jumy, he's here to pylon block. That's the problem. Jumy, he's in position. He's ready to block that expansion. Zelda's on the way to deny the pylon. And Jumy's out there's that pylon, speaking of. And there it is. He does force a Stargate before expanding. Probe is still around. He could throw down a second pylon, but does pull away. Jumy backs off. He's content with his damage. Jumy will maintain an economic advantage over Shameless. Shameless, the pressure's on to get some counter damage with that Oracle. So it should be Stargate into Oracle, into harassment across the map. It's going to be on Jumy to survive and to defend and to maintain the lead. Ooh, Shameless. Hey, comes out on top. Let's go, dog. Never mind. Oh, no. The sprays, these zoomers. Aye. As they do trade 1 for 1. There we go. There it is. Oracle is on the way, moving out across the map. And we'll see if Jumy can survive this. He does have 1 shield battery in the main base. Lag has a 2nd shield battery in the natural, so that means that 1 Oracle is not enough to do damage. But Shameless, he arrives with the rest of his army. Does arrive. Shades into the main. Shades into the main base. He can at 2 short probes, but the shield battery does complicate things. So he is zoned away. Now that I think about it, Jumy and Shameless playing 2v2 together. More drama. True. To be fair, Jumy, he plays 2v2 with a lot of players. Like, he plays 2v2 with Shameless, with Young Yako, with Eva. Plays around with everyone. No. Who hasn't played 2v2 with Jumy? True. Shameless, he does arrive with a 2nd Oracle. Now with 2 Oracles, he can one-shot probes. It does mean that a shield battery is not enough to really maintain a base, but that's why there are Stalkers. As Stalkers in position, they zone away the Oracles. They do rotate over towards the main. Hallucinated Stalkers do actually force him back. Okay, they scare Shameless into the corner of the map. Nice moves here by Jumy. Oh, Shameless is pinned. He could even just focus on the sentry here, but he's respecting those stalkers. Shameless is like, how the hell do you have so many stalkers right now? Like, what's going on? It's crazy. And Jumy defends. Jumy does defend. Rushing into a third base. I'm getting similar vibes here to game number 1. Jumy, he had a faster natural, now faster third. He still maintains a greater economy. Shameless, where do we go from here? Where do we go? He has Blink on the way. Do you see what I see? I see 3 gates done. I see a 4th gateway on the way. This is, oh, actually, is expanding. I was going to say this is the same build, and it is. It is 4-gate Blink, but Shameless expands first. So there's going to be more economic variation here by Shameless. Has excess gateways, but will expand. Take the expansion. Jumy now going for his own gateway setup. Into Forge, into +1. And unlike the previous game, we are gearing up towards a longer game state, towards the mid-game. Getting into the mid-game, getting into 3-base saturation. Into Stalker versus Stalker. Shameless still looking for a way in. Doesn't find one. Here we go. Jumy does try to hunt down those oracles. Alas, they do escape. Shameless, he has the high ground. Oh, despite that, he's actually down in stalkers. Does warp in, does reinforce. Bold positioning here by Jumy, as he shouldn't stick around. Does get another probe. Does get 2. But Jumy should be forced back here. And is forced away. Gets 3 workers, pulls back. Decent trades here by Jumy. He does lose 2 stalkers in the process. Going back in. Gets a pylon. And once again should pull away. But shouldn't commit, losing another stalker, losing 2 more stalkers. These are rough losses for Jumy. Yeah, 3, 4 stalkers going down, 5 stalkers even. Jumy getting punished. At the same time, one Adept shades in, but there's a shield battery. Adept does still find some damage. Jumy getting a 4th. So Jumy does have the better economy, that is true, but that was a worse fight. That was a worse trade. Jumy, he does fall behind in stalker count. Has to rebuild. So a bit of a give and take. Stasis traps being thrown down. Stalker moving out. Shameless, can he bait Jumy into these stasis traps? That's the goal. There's the plan. Oh, pushes into a concave. Oh no, I'm so weak. Oh no, oh he sees. Yo, he's crazy. Jumy baits out the stasis. But does he see the other stasis trap though? That's the question. Does he know? Does he notice? More importantly. Again, for those that are curious, the stasis trap is a shimmer on the ground. It's actually quite similar to seeing an observer, for example. You can notice the shimmer. Say, oh my god, Jumy, he does not notice the last one. Yeah, brutal stasis pops off. Shameless, he can take this fight. Yeah, he can and he will. Takes down the zealots. Jumy, he cannot take the fight, not anymore. He has to fall back, and he might just be overwhelmed. This might be the breaking point. As stasis is running out. Jumy, he's holding on. Yeah, does hold on. There's another stasis behind this. Jumy needs to be careful. Stasis once again. Triggered on these zealots. Prism gets caught out. Shameless is holding his own. And now both players are on a 4-base economy. 4 bases with players. Both players have +1. Jumy, he does go right down mid. He avoids the main army. He's going for the kill, and he can always recall. Dives right into the natural. Shameless out of position. Mineral lines going down. Jumy going further back into the main. It does leave the Zealots behind. Mineral is going down. Those Zealots are wreaking havoc. Oh my god, they get 16 probes. They get 16 workers. Jumy blinks down to the low ground, into the third. Leaves a couple stalkers behind. Gets 20 worker kills. But this also means that Jumy, he won't recall. But he does catch the Oracles. Oh my god, takes out both Oracles. No more stasis. Not again. And Jumy, he cripples the economy. 21 worker kills. He's still not done. 22. 23. 24. Up. No, that's Titan Stalker. Never mind. There we go. 23 probe kills. And barely 24 towards the end. Stasis traps are expiring. Remember, no more Oracles left for Shameless, so he's down in Oracles. Down in economy. Down to just his Stalkers. Now, Shameless, he does maintain a Stalker lead. That is true. That's the downside here of that run by Jumy. He traded his army for economic damage. And that means that Shameless has a larger force to work with, at least a larger Stalker force. But as time goes on, Jumy's replenishing that army with the greater economy, so Shameless has to push. He has to push here and now, otherwise Jumy is going to overwhelm. I mean, he already has a supply lead. A lot of the supplies in Zealots. Shameless could try to do the same and try to dive into the natural and recall, but the Observer does see this. The Observer sees everything. Jumy, he responds. Shameless pushing in between the bases. Picking up a couple of Zealots, not bad. Does pick up some Zealots. Trades against the army. Oh! Falling back. So far, these are nice moves here by Shameless. He's trading well for himself, but now he's bleeding out Stalkers. Stalkers are falling. Oh no! Ah, leave some Stalkers behind. Brutal losses here for Shameless. Brutal losses. He's racing back. Trying to. Turns back around. Getting caught out. And Shameless, he has to make a stand. It's not going to be pretty. Zealots, they swarm in. Prism is left behind. Is exposed. And GG gets called. Good luck in the next round. And Jumy will take the series at 2-0. Advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Jumy does claim the series. Really confident play out of Jumy is what I will say. Jumy, as a reminder, this game he went for a very fast natural into a fast third base. He maintained a better economy. We saw something similar in game 1 where we also rushed into a fast third. So he was always just up a base, up in expansion, up in workers, up in economy, and took some really big risks when it came to his army movement as well. When it came to attacking, counterattacking, getting to mineral lines. In the end, did benefit Jumy, and Jumy did take it. GG. GG well played. Jumy, he will claim the series. And the question becomes, who's up next? Also, my apologies. I do now realize that I didn't quite have predictions open for that last series. I just thought I did. So my apologies there. My bad, my bad. As we get ready for our next series, as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. The bracket is progressing here. We have Jumy in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of Creator and Mute. Likewise, we do see Gerald takes down Nice 2-0, also in the semifinals, waiting for the winner of ByuN and Nikic. They are waiting in the semifinals for their opponents. And I guess we have some downtime. I guess we have a little bit of downtime here, waiting for those matches to wrap up as well. We have ByuN versus Nikic, and we have Creator versus Mute currently ongoing. Are ongoing. Just double checking. Creator and Mute, they're 10 minutes into their game, and Nikic and ByuN also 10 minutes in their game. Okay. They're 10 minutes in. So they're still facing off, but otherwise our bracket is progressing. It's progressing quite nicely here. I can actually, there we go, make things look a little bit cleaner as we get into our top 8 and soon to be top 4. Now, as a reminder, both the upper and lower semifinals are going to be casted. They're both going to be casted. They're both going to be covered here on the CranKy Ducklings. So we still have at least 3 matches left, both semis and the grand finals. That is still remaining here. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break before our next round. For those of you that otherwise want to support this tournament, exclamation mark Matcherino, exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino page. The Matcherino is to fund and help support this tournament and these players, so if you do want to support, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series, either one of the semifinals, or we'll be jumping in mid-series into one of the quarterfinal matches. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the Tenacious Tussle number 28. We've made it here to our top 4, and we just wrapped up our previous quarterfinals match. Our blue Protoss player here just took down Mute 2-0. Now he's here in the semi-finals. We're going to make a finals run. We'll see if he can keep going. We'll see if he can keep this up. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our South Green Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss, the red Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Jumy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your Gamba going. Again, we've reached our upper echelon of the bracket. The Koreans now facing off against the Europeans. And this is going to be an interesting one. This honestly could go either way. Coming into this, there were a couple of favorite players. I mean, I would have said that Shameless and Jumy could very easily go to the ace match. Coming into this match, I do favor Creator as well, but likewise, Jumy has been popping off, and he has been making it a more recent trend and making a habit of taking down these big Korean names. So this could go either way. My eyes are on this probe. Hello. Where we headed? Where we dropping? So far, it is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Creator, 2-gate opener out of Jumy as well. But Jumy, he does hide his pylon, but only a fake proxy pylon, not a real one. So it is going to be a fake out. Creator dips in. Does dip into the main. Gets a full scout. Does get a scatter. Does confirm that the pylon is missing, does know. But I mean, is it real? Is it fake? Still yet to be determined. We have Double Stalker opener out of Creator. Does go for a scouting pylon here at the edge of his main. Is scouting with a second probe. So this is already damaged. This is already damaged here. Creator, he's forced to send a second worker out to scout. So that is one worker that is not mining. In a mirror matchup, that can be everything. But it looks like Creator, he will confirm. There we go. He does scout. He does confirm the location. He's checking both the north and the south, but he will get eyes on the pylon, and now he can rest easy. Ooh, that was a robo before expanding. Okay, a very strong reaction there from Creator, and this will delay the expansion. With that, Jumy takes an economic lead. Basically, a robo before Nexus is a very defensive build, and it is designed to save you and protect you against an all-in. So very safe play there out of Creator. It does set him behind as a result. Stalkers, though, they poke in. They nibble away at the pylon. Jumy under fire. Pylon goes down to half HP. No shield battery. Uh-oh. Yeah, no shield battery. Which means that pylon, it may just go down. One more volley. Oh, Unamas. He gets it. Pylon falls. Nice pick-off. Yeah, rough setup there by Jumy. We'll try to force this back. And we'll be able to. No losses out of Creator. He does pull away in time. And likewise, back at home is making use of that robo, going for early Immortal production. Now, with Immortals this early on, we might, or the Creator might turn this into a 2-base all-in. Might turn this into an all-in, or it could just be a really safe play here by Creator. Likewise, Prism is on the way for Jumy. How many gates? We have 3 gates back at home. And do we proxy a 4th gateway? Do we proxy? So far, we do not. But the army's moving out. Army's moving out nonetheless. Now, all these sentries, what does this mean? What does this kind of lead towards? It leads towards a very committed push, and it can lock down this Immortal. The goal here is to force field the Immortal, to lock it down, and to snipe it. Stalkers, they come in. Sentry's getting caught out. Immortal is being targeted, but the Immortal holds its own. Takes down 1, takes down 2, takes down 3 Stalkers. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal losses here for Jumy. Jumy bleeding out far too much. He lost 2 sentries and 3 Stalkers. Ay. Creator, he's just been far too efficient, and Jumy, he's becoming that much more committed. He's becoming that much more all-in. Probes are going down. That's going to be 3, 4 workers dead across the map. 5 dead workers even. Oh, he's all in. He's all in at this point. This is game-ending damage. 8, 9, 10 probe kills. Jumy, he commits. Does commit. Does focus on that Immortal. He will lock it down. Going for another warp in. It's all or nothing for Jumy. But there's a shield battery as well. The boys are being pulled. Another immortal arrives. And Creator holds. Creator holds. GG gets called. And Creator, he will survive. He will claim game number 1. GG. He will take a lead in the series. Again, Jumy, unfortunately, he was a little more aggressive this game, and it didn't quite pay off. Not with his initial Sentry move out, he lost far too much. And of course, the Adepts into the main base that sealed the deal, that did secure Creator the win. It forced the all-in out of Jumy, and Creator was more than ready for it. With his shield batteries, with his immortal production, with his defensive setup, he was ready. He was good to go. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played, as we are getting into game number 2. Buenas noches, hermoso. Buenas noches, Murloc de pollo, papi. Buenas noches, buenas noches. Este pollo. So we're getting into our next game. And game 2 is going to be on one of the older TLMC maps. It's going to be Starchild. Ooh, true. And we got a lot of work to do after the cast, actually. I mean, I would love to get some sleep, and I will, but we do have to go over the new TLMC maps. I believe we have our top 10, I think. Is it top 10 or top 16? Regardless, we have our top maps for TLMC, so we will have to be going over those new maps, and eventually we'll be updating this tournament map pool with those newer TLMC maps. Once, of course, the voting is finalized and we have our finalists, we will be awarding those finalists by adding them to our tournament map pool. But until then, we're getting here into our second game, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Starchild, we have our German Protoss player, the Green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player from South Korea. Leading the series 1-0, it is Creator. We go, and Jumy, one base all in. Let's go. Jumy, this time he's done. He's had enough. He was trying to be aggressive on 2 bases last game, but no, not this time. Going for 2 gates and a forge. Going for a cannon rush alongside some zealots. No gases. No gases. It's going to be a zealot rush alongside cannons. It's all going to be coming into play, coming into pass, and we'll see if Jumy can get those cannons up and running. Creator, he... Oh no! Oh, this is too close. Yeah, the proxy's too close. It's too close to the scouting path, and Creator, he sees immediately. He fully walls off. Oh no! He just fully walls. There's no cannon. There's no rush. Is that just game? Like, ideally, the probe gets into the main, throws down pylons, throws down cannons, gets into the main base, and wreaks havoc. Oh wait, my apologies. Jumy, he walled up. He was the one that walled up. Okay. He was the one that walled off, which means the low ground cannon will finish. Okay, we're good. Yo, all these Protoss players look the same. I thought it was Creator walling Jumy out. Is Jumy walling himself into the natural, I should say. Zealots are on the way now. Now, the problem here, again, is that this proxy was right next to the scouting path, so Creator is already responding with his own cannons. This is the correct response, by the way. If you're in a PvP, if you're getting cannon rushed, how do you respond? With your own defensive cannons. Why is this? Because you completely zone your opponent away from advancing with their cannons. Like how do you advance? You don't. So, I mean, Jumy, he sees this now. Dives in. Jumy's throwing down his own cannon on the high ground. But the 2 cannons for Creator are done. They are done. He shuts this down. Takes down the first Zealot, takes down the second. And Creator, he'll maintain control of the high ground. Yeah, he maintains control. GG, well played. Good luck in the next round. And Creator, he will claim the series 2-0. He will shut down the cheese and advance on to the finals. GG. GG, well played. But yes, if you're ever out there, if you're ever in a PvP, if you're getting cannon rush, throw down your own forge, throw down your all wall of defensive cannons alongside your defender's advantage of your own production. You will be able to defend. You can hold the line. You can shut this down. Very well responded there by Creator. GG. GG, well played. He will claim the series. From here, we are now getting ready for our next matchup. Actually, we have a little bit more downtime. Okay. Meanwhile, shout out to Jumy, of course. He did fight very well, making it this far into the semifinals. Does make it into the money as well, as top 4 do get paid out in the Turtle Tussles. So big shout out to Jumy for making it this far. Congratulations to Creator for making it into the finals. And we are getting ready for the upper semifinals. As we scroll on over, we do switch our scenes and we catch up on the bracket. We have Gerald. We have Gerald waiting for the winner of ByuN and Nikic. They just got out of game. They just wrapped up. Oh. Ooh, and we just got it. We just got it. We just got the scoreline. We just got an update, and we have our upper semis. It is going to be ByuN versus Gerald. ByuN takes down Nikic 2-0, and ByuN is now up against Gerald in those semifinals in a TVP. Once again, Europa versus Korea. Here we go. We are getting ready. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon jump into those semifinals. We'll get there. We will get there. Thanks, Creator. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. Very short break. Should be a short break here. And when we come back, we'll have the upper semis. Again, we have 2 series left. That was a very fast semis, by the way, between Creator and Jumy. But it also means that Jumy can get some sleep. I know it's very late. I know it's very late in Europe. Shout out to the European competitors, of course, for competing and for staying up this late into the night. But now he can get some rest. Now he can get some sleep. And he can get ready for the day to come. For now, though, we're going to be heading off. And we'll be back with ByuN and Gerald. See you soon. See you soon, Pat. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the Tenacious Tussle number 28. We just wrapped up with the lower semis. Creator is currently waiting for the winner of this series, but the question becomes, who is he waiting for? We're about to find out. We're about to find out as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have our red Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series coming into this. ByuN is the favorite player. That is true, but Gerald, similar to Jumy, has also been improving so much. I would say over the past year, over the past 2 years, Gerald has been improving, but specifically over the past couple of months, he has been getting insanely good results, taking down some big Zerg players, even some big Terran players as well. Gerald is definitely a threat to ByuN, and we'll see if he can bring him down. Here we go. I at least want to see a back and forth. As always, what I want, ace match, papi. I want a back and forth. I want an ace match. That's all I want out of this series. But alas, we're jumping in. So far, economic opener. ByuN going for a single gas, going for a Rax expand, going for something more economic. This is kind of like the go-to. Seeing the previous TVP might be a little bit jarring, as if you recall, Luciano went CC first, but he was crazy. Like, Luciano, he lost his mind. This is kind of the economic go-to in this matchup, unless we're alluding into like Neon Violet Square or a more larger map. Likewise, we do see Gerald, he is going to be zoned away. Gerald, he did dip in, but didn't quite get full confirmation as to what was going on. Does hold back for now. Does hold back. Does hold back. Likewise, behind this, we do see Gerald just getting to his own adept harass across the map. Soon to be his tech of choice. Ooh, Probe is going to be hunted down. And ByuN is settling in. And again, just no crazy aggressive build here. This can lead into a Widowmine drop. Speaking of, Widowmines are on the way. Into medevac, into drop plate, to scout, and to harass across the map. This is mainly for scouting purposes, bearing in mind that ByuN did skip the SCV scout. He skipped the Reaper scout as well. He is skipping all scouting until the drop. So this is typically like the go-to greedy economic opener that we would expect from most of the top Terran players. Likewise, it's on Gerald to confirm. He does get eyes on the CC, on the factory. He knows it's not a 1-1-1. He's aware of the CC timing. He knows that he's safe. Gerald, he knows that he is safe and sound. As he does pull back and opens up with his own tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council into Blink. So standard opener here out of Gerald. Going into Blink, the question becomes how many gateways, and the question also becomes, can he deflect, can he react well enough against the drop? As Widowmines are amassing. 2 Widowmines so far. ByuN does break out. Oh. Does want that Adept. Does want to, alas, not quite. Adept does pull away. Better trade here, but Gerald takes down the Marines. Yeah, the Marines are falling one after the other. Nice control. And he will clean up every single Marine. From here, he can threaten the mineral line. He goes forward. Does get an SCV. There's 2 Marines left. Boys are being pulled. And Gerald is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control, taking down 3 SCVs. Back at home, though, here comes the mine drop. And it is spotted. Yeah, spotted instantly. Gerald knows what's coming. There's the recall. Does recall in time. Boys are pulled away. And the mine drop does deny mining time, but no major damage. Up. Oh my god. Ooh, massive pickup. Takes down a Stalker. Bit of miscontrol there by Gerald. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. Likewise, second Widowmine into the main base. Gerald, he does pull away in time. Good reactions so far. Oh my god. Last ByuN does escape, and now he lives to drop another day. He can always come back in, so that is going to keep supply pinned here for Gerald as he gets a third. So in the end, it was 2-gate blink. 2-gate blink into a third base. Very greedy build here by Gerald, but he gets away with it. Does get away with it for the time being. Into blink, into a bay before gateways, into +1 before gates. Jesus, oh my god. So 3-gate setup, into bay, into +1 before charge. So we spoke earlier, or we have spoken in recent times, how the current meta in this matchup is for Protoss players to go from blink into a gateway explosion on 3 bases, into +1 and charge, and delay their splash damage. That's usually how they approach this. It's very safe. It means that if ByuN were to move out earlier on, there'd be plenty of charge lots to deal with that push, or even to harass across the map as well. But Gerald, he's going for a slower style. Oh, so he does get the meta back. Takes down the Wooden Mine. Nice defense here by Gerald. But Gerald is going for a slower style, building up towards Colossus. That means he's vulnerable, and we spoke earlier about this early push, this early timing. ByuN is moving out. Charge would be done by now, but instead we're relying on those Colossus, and Gerald needs a little bit more time. ByuN doesn't commit. Oh, instead he's parked here at the center of the map. Hoping to get a free shot off. Speaking of, Gerald, does rotate. And is likewise parked on the other side of the... Oh no! Oh my god, messed up. Oh no, the tank shots! Tank shots are brutal. And what's that? 4 stalkers going down. Ay, ay, ay. It was worth it. ByuN so patient here. So patient, just parked at the bridge. Parked on the other side. Massive tank shots. And now Gerald's in trouble. Gerald, he's up against the wall. Colossus has a right, but he cannot move in. Ooh. Tank volley goes off. You can see how much damage is dealt already. Wall gets knocked down, and ByuN is moving in. And again, without charge, this is going to be a tough hold. Charge is halfway done, but Gerald needs more time. He doesn't need more time. Auto charge harass into the natural. Rocks get knocked down. There's that damage. And again, Gerald, he cannot move in. If he gets too close, he will lose the Colossus. Yeah, speaking of, those tank shots are brutal. ByuN moving further in. Tanks are unsieged. But charge is still not ready. Charge isn't ready. You can see the Colossus, they do nothing here. They can try to zone, but that's all they can do. Yeah, the base is under fire. The Nexus, it's going to go down. A massive pick off. Brings down the... Oh no, Miss Rally! Miss Rally. Colossus goes down. And Gerald, he cannot defend. He cannot hold. Cannot survive this. Gonna be forced further back. ByuN getting his own CC on location. Moving forward. Tanks are unsieged. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets all 3 even. Not bad. Gerald takes down 3 tanks, but he needed that sooner. The damage has already been done, and ByuN from here he backs off. He backs off. He pulls away. He can rotate over towards the would-be third. But now races back. And ByuN enjoys a better economy. So ByuN is ahead economically, he's ahead in the army supply as well as a result. Gerald barely holding on. He's trying to hold. Gerald being active, checking the third location. Auto charging to the third. We get swatted. Trying to keep up, but alas, ByuN, what does he do? Instead of pushing in towards the natural, he scans, sees the army, and he drops into the main. Oh, does attempt to. He thinks about it. Gerald trying to keep up. ByuN, he does boost into the main. There are some soldiers in position. Gerald, he's somewhat ready. He takes down 1 medevac, but the others do unload. Trades well against the Zealots, but alas, Gerald, he should be able to react in time. He responds with 1 Colossus, the other 2 get left behind. And ByuN, he stims in. There's no shield battery! Oh, no shield battery. He could have stimmed in. Colossus, they take a lot of hits, they take a lot of damage. Trades against the Stalkers. And the Colossus are zoned away. Oh my god, they take so much damage. Mine Shield does friendly fire. Army stims forward. And then we drew out DPS, the shield battery. Shield battery, just not enough heals. Not enough. Now, Gerald, he does save the expansion, but at a cost. And ByuN still has so much momentum on his side. He's still just rallying time and time again. Just barely giving Gerald any time to breathe. Rotates over. Oh. Anti-missile goes off. Stims in. Colossus is on its own. It's exposed. And first takes down the Archons. Archons, they pull one after the other. Colossus goes down as well. One Colossus remains. And ByuN goes to the middle line. It dives into the middle line instead. Vikings, they deal with the Colossus. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. GG. ByuN, he will take a lead in the series. And with that, ByuN is one game away from advancing on into the grand finals. One more game is all he needs. Meanwhile, Gerald, he is up against the wall, but it's time to bounce back. As we load into game number 2, we're going to be loading into El Dorado. Loading into El Dorado. And we'll see if Gerald can force the ace match. Let's go. Now getting ready. Are getting ready. And again, El Dorado for the first time tonight. El Dorado is one of the more unique maps in the map pool. One of the more unique maps. And we'll see how our players will approach this. Again, El Dorado has a short rush distance by air. True, short rush distance by air. You can also expand towards your opponent and take the gold bases. Also going to be a factor. We'll see how our players expand. As we load into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shelf Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, representing Streamer Zone from land of Poland. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Gerald. Here we go. And again, last game we saw Gerald, he did go for a more greedy economic build, and more importantly, as a reminder, we saw one of the weak points of his build of choice. Remember, Gerald, what did he prioritize after Blink? He went into the Bay, into faster Colossus, and we saw that against that early tank push, the Colossus couldn't do anything. The Colossus was zoned back time and time again, could not engage with the main army, and Gerald had to wait for charge. This is one of the reasons why we see currently a lot of Protoss players go Blink into charge first, and they delay their Colossus to keep themselves safe with that early charge timing, or with that earlier charge timing. So that is just one of the weaknesses of the faster Colossus kind of build. We saw that Gerald eventually reset the tank count, but that was after he lost the expansion, after he lost the base. So from that moment, Gerald, he fell behind, especially considering he went for a more greedy build into a faster third. To lose the third base then is just to, yeah, lose the purpose of the opener. But now we're getting into game 2. And what do we see here? We see double gas opener out of ByuN, this time going for a faster factory, this time a much more aggressive build. Yo, you thought last game was aggressive? Nah, I ain't seen nothing yet. From here we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, going Reaper first to begin with, but we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, we can go into early Cyclone, we can go into early Tank, we can go into early Banshee as well. There are a lot of possibilities here for ByuN. This could also turn into a one base all-in technically, but it shouldn't be. ByuN should be expanding, going for a later CC. But again, faster factory means faster starport, means faster tech in general. What do we go for? But now continuing Reaper production, not going for the reactor. CC is now on the way. So players do settle in. That initial reactor, I believe going into two Reapers first. Reapers move out, and Gerald's back at home, going for a Twilight Council first. So he has his take of choice, going for the Twilight Council into Blink. Blink is going to be on the way. Oh, and do you see what I see? I see a Tech Lab. Now, with this Tech Lab, we can open up Cyclone. We could double down, and ByuN can go Cyclone into Tank, into Medevac. We'll see if he goes for an add-on swap. That's what we're waiting for. Does the add-on swap or not? Adept does confirm the tech, does confirm the production, and even delays the CC. Not bad. Yeah, Reaper's out of position. The Hellion Reaper racing back home. CC is delayed, and so far this is a better start for Gerald. Takes down 2 SCVs, delays the CC even longer. ByuN moves down to low ground, takes down the Hellion. Oh, can he get it? Oh, not quite. Whew. Hellion does survive, and there it is, add-on swap. This is what we're waiting for. Waiting for, is it going to be Cyclone, Tank, or Banshee? Add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. Very aggressive build. This is not just Cloak Banshee, this is Cloak Banshee and early tank production as well. This is a very aggressive build, really big commitment early on, and getting ready for a move out, for a push. And Gerald, he only has a piece of the puzzle. Remember, he saw the 111, he saw the tech lab, but again, there's still a lot of possibilities as to what this could be. So Gerald, he does not have confirmation yet. Ooh. As Reapers, they dive into the main. They're going to get shut down. Now, what we do have, though, is we have 2 gates on the way, 1 already done. It's going to be 3-gate blink. Very safe opener initially here by Gerald. Very safe. So 3-gate blink into a 3rd. But the question becomes, does he go for a bay afterwards? Does he go for charge? Does he go for extra gateways? What do we see in the aftermath? Uh-oh. Meanwhile, as Gerald's being active, he does find the Banshee. Cloak is not ready, and the first Banshee gets shut down. Very nice pick of Cloak finishing up in 5 seconds. And it gets cancelled. Gerald, much stronger game here. Remember, he had the better start by delaying the CC. He shuts down the Banshee. 3rd base is on the way, and Gerald is going into the bay first. This is the same build that we saw in game 1, but this time ByuN is not going to punish. This time ByuN, he built up towards Cloak Banshee, and it did not pay off. So Gerald, he should get away with this. You can see Gerald, he's looking for a 2nd Banshee. Making sure that everything is on the up and up. Gerald looking good. He's looking good here. Likewise, ByuN settling into his own 3-rack setup. 3-1-1. This one is on the way. Turtling up back at home. He is contained. You can see ByuN is getting ready here for blink aggression and blink harass. Gerald isn't going for it. Again, he's just taking up. He's taking up into now charge, into the Forge and +1. It's going to be later +1 from Gerald's, but on the way nonetheless. And Gerald, he confirms the 3rd CC, so he knows no 2-base all in. He's aware there's no 2-base all in. He sees the command center. He knows what's going on. And this should give Gerald even more confidence. As there's no uncertainty. Oh my god. Gets punished though. Gets punished for the blink. Does get punished. We can see ByuN just looking for those stalkers, moving out with drop play. I mean, ByuN, he has to be active. Like, he can't just be stuck at home. So he is attempting to be active here. Likewise, Gerald saturating on 3 bases. Throwing down extra gates. ByuN gets scouted. Gerald, he spots the army. He spots the drop. He knows what's going on. There's a warp in. He needs to respond. Fighting for the Zonaga. Not going to be an easy trade. Trading out with those Marauders. Tanks get spotted. A double drop into the main. Gerald a little bit late to respond. The Colossus. Oh no! Colossus is exposed. It's going to go down. Massive pick off. This drop should not have gotten too much damage, but does get a Colossus. Likewise, Gerald, he lost the Stalkers. He lost the Stalkers that were here in the center. Gerald bleeding out a lot of units here. Again, that was 6 Stalkers and 1 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. I say 6, it was really 5. Because 1 Stalker went down earlier. But ByuN still finding damage. This is looking a little bit uneasy for Gerald. It was a good start. But now I'm a little bit less confident now that he's down a Colossus. There's that much less to work with. ByuN getting his 3rd. Likewise, Gerald taking up into Storm. Gerald, he is taking. As both armies are posturing. posturing, we're setting up. There it is, Storm is on the way. And now he's back up to 2 Colossus. Soon to be 3. So Gerald, he's rebuilding and he's massing up a robust army. Likewise, we do see that ByuN is not pushing. ByuN is not pushing, he's just maintaining map control. And with this map control, what does he do? Takes a 4th CC on location and he throws down an armory and a Ghost Academy. So ByuN, he's not pushing, he's building up, he's macroing, getting ready for a longer game state. The drop play was good, but he's not going to press his advantage. Zelrama comes in, it drags ByuN back home. ByuN will defend. Will defend. Likewise, Gerald's being active, rotating around. Trying to catch out the main army. Whereas Zealots, they do get into the middle line once again. ByuN getting caught out to lose the medevac. 6 SCV kills. CC is going to be denied, or at least delayed. Gerald, good moves. Good moves so far. Catching ByuN out of position. Shaving off a couple of Marines. No major pickoffs, but pickoffs nonetheless. Gerald, he pokes in, pulls away, getting the center expansion, getting a 5th. And both players are going to max. Both players will max out. Ooh, tank volleys are brutal. Yeah, massive tank shots. Blinks over the wall, will clean up these tanks, but still an awkward fight here for Gerald. Ooh. Has to get the hell out of here, has to pull away. Does pull back. Blinks over the wall, the Zealots are abandoned. And now he's getting to Disruptor. He's got 4 Colossus, now Disruptor. How many Vikings does ByuN have? 6. Not that many Vikings, actually. Not too many Vikings against 4 Colossus, of course. ByuN needs more. Does not have enough. Gerald's maintaining control. Gerald, he's the first to max out. And now that he's maxed, he should be looking to trade. He should be pushing in, getting a Nova off, getting a Storm off, picking up a couple of Vikings. Instead, ByuN coming with EMP. Yeah, massive EMPs. Oh my god, he does catch out the army. Gerald with his pants down. Massive Nova connects. Nova goes off, but is it worth it? Zealots coming from behind. 2 Colossus full. Oh, barely not getting a 3rd. Another Storm. Another flank by these Zealots, and Gerald, he takes a better fight. Does force ByuN back. Just force him to retreat. Whew. And then get a very chaotic exchange. Oh! Gerald being cheeky. Gets off another Nova. All over the turtle. Let's go. And this is something we have been missing here. This is delayed for Gerald. This is late. 2nd Robo. 2nd Robo is on the way. We need that Robo for double Disruptor production to rebuild the army. Right now, Gerald, he's on 1 Disruptor. He is maxed, but he's mainly relying on Zealots. This is a more inefficient army from Gerald. Or it just doesn't have as much value. Kills the CC. Nova zones away. Just the 1 Nova. Storm coming in as well. It's going to come down to the spells. The Novas, the Storms, the EMPs, and the positioning. Speaking of, 2 Marauders go down. Nice pickups there. At the same time, Zelrama denies an northern base. Gerald going for the gold. Safari is pinning ByuN back. Nice EMP on the High Templar. Ooh, gets 1. Gets 2. Takes down 2, takes down all. Oh, just takes down 2 High Templar. Nova doesn't connect. Gerald has to fall back. He will lose a lot there in that fight. Bleeds out the High Templar, Disruptors, and Colossus, losing all forms of splash damage. Massive EMP. And Gerald, he's still in trouble here. again, my biggest concern, the army, he doesn't have any disruptors. No disruptors. He is vulnerable to EMPs, vulnerable to the Vikings. Disruptors are usually zoned away, but we have none. Instead, he blinks in. Does blink forward, Colossus goes down, and yeah, ByuN, he just annihilates the army. The army just kind of hold its own, not in a head-on fight, not like this. Not pure Zealot Stalker. It's just not happening. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. He breaks through the defensive line. We have more Colossus on the way. But this is just such a Marauder-heavy composition. And Gerald's being overwhelmed. And again, the reason for this is because the robos were so late, because the second robo was so late, he had to rely on such a heavy gateway army for too long, for far too long. Like, sure, now he's making 2 units at a time from these robos, but it's too little too late. He lost the base, he lost momentum. Gerald now falling far behind here in that supply. Jesus, nice EMP. He just exploded the ghost. Oh my god, that was so violent. Like the ragdoll. Jesus. Just exploded his mind. Gerald trying to stabilize. Disruptors on the way. Can Gerald hold on? He's going to bleed out of Colossus. Yeah, first one goes down. Storm zones. Yeah, Colossus does fall. From here, EMP on the High Templar. No storms. Disruptors are coming in though, just in time. He's holding on. More importantly, he is rebuilding the base. He's rebuilding the Nexus. Getting into that gold. Maintaining his bank. Speaking of, just from harass. Liberator has arrived. Denies mining. Takes down 5 workers. I was about to say that Gerald's economy has been unhindered for most of this game. But we have some harass coming in. When it comes to the main armies, I've been critiquing Gerald for his lack of robo-based units, but now he's getting into it. Likewise, ByuN has yet to really incorporate Liberators. He's been harassing, that is true. But it would be ideal to have Libs in his main army as well. As ByuN is dropping behind the forces, in towards the natural. Does force Gerald back home. Turns back around. ByuN diving into the main, going for the Forge. Okay, not bad. DTs, they get across the map, they go for the Planetary. Planetary will barely... Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Planetary will survive. And meanwhile, that drop gets cleaned up completely. Oh, this is a massive loss for ByuN. There was a lot of ghosts here in this drop. Ghosts, Marauders, they all get cleaned up. He does deny the Forge, but I don't think that was worth it. Not for all that army. Not for 3 full medevacs. As 1 medevac survived. I spoke too soon. Medevac's gonna go down. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon once again. Survives. Oh. ByuN does take the storm to the face. He doesn't care. He just stints it anyway. Takes the storm. That's Nova. Massive connection. Nova goes off. Takes out 3 ghosts. Very nicely done. Drop is still wreaking havoc. Like, yo, he's sniping so many of these ghosts. That's how many? Down to 4. 4 ghosts left. Gerald, does he commit? There's not much to defend. When it comes to spellcasters, Liberation has arrived though. This is what we've been waiting for. Here comes the Freedom. Freedom zones get thrown down. Does focus on one of those disruptors. Takes the storm to the face though. Oh. He barely does hold. He does hold on. Let's go. He rotates. Massive Novas. Massive connections. Takes down 11 SCVs. ByuN, he had workers to spare. it's okay. Could afford to lose some. Making 7 SCVs at a time. And once again, though, there's still no good answer to these Liberators. Liberation zones get set up, they just force back the Protoss army, they take down one of the Disruptors, a second Disruptor as well. Now, Mass Stalker can be an answer to a low amount of Liberators. Once ByuN hits critical mass, it's when we usually typically need Sky Toss. Like, once there are too many zones, Sky Toss is required. Another Disruptor kill. Speaking of Sky Toss, yep, there it is. Stargate's on the way. But you can see how far behind Gerald is tech-wise. And looking at the banks here, you could argue that Gerald, he needed this sooner. He needs to get ready for this transition a lot sooner. He had the money for it, as that Stargate only just began. So he is not ready for Sky Toss. You know, DTs, they get into the mineral line. They didn't get the planetary, but they will get to these SCVs. 6 SCVs going down. Getting up to 7, recalling back home. Stargate still on the way, just now finishing. And we need that fleet beacon. Well, that does occur. Main armies, they clash. Colossus are exposed. They barely fall back. Brutal EMP. And ByuN can take this fight. He can take this. He is so close to collapsing on those Colossus. DTs are coming in though. DTs are coming to support. Colossus survived. Didn't think they would. And there are enough Stalkers. Yeah, there are enough Stalkers. Not enough support for the Libs. Liberators go down. Gerald, he holds. Takes down 3 Liberators. Not bad. Takes down 3. Moving forward. Still no mining. Still no mining going on, by the way. Gerald, he does thankfully have a mineral bank to work with. Thanks to the gold. Right, this gold base is just paying off so well. That's why he's got almost 4k, no, up to 3k in the bank. The Zealot run by coming in. Colossus moving forward. But again, these Colossus, they're so fragile. And one of them goes down instantly. There's one left. One has to pull away. For now, going for a Void Ray. This is to deal with these Liberators, as there's no other way. Like, these Libs are out of range of Stalkers. So we do need Void Rays. So when Mike comes in, ByuN out of position. He responds with everything, actually. A bit of an F2. ByuN pulling back. Nova goes up. Still an intense trade. Oh my god. As he runs through that storm. Denies the expansion, will lose the ghost, but Gerald, he doesn't care about the center base, he's going for the gold. The gold base is almost under control of the Protoss. And ByuN, he needs to deny it. He needs to start denying bases. Takes down the final Colossus. Vikings, they move in. Oh my god, massive Nova connects. And ByuN, he bleeds out a little supply gear, and again, he has too many Vikings. He has to land. Ah, now he has to lift again. Novas go up. Yo, and Gerald can't take this fight. Comes in from behind. Zelsa collapse in. DTs as well. And ByuN, he will lose everything. And more importantly, Gerald, he takes the fight and he maintains the gold. The gold base is still up and running. Gerald, he still has plenty of money to work with. Warping in 7 Zelts at a time. Now he can go for the bases. He can go for the expansions. Gerald, he's looking at high of this series. He's almost there. Almost. Nice EMP. EMP connects. Gerald, he rotates. Oh my god, it says he takes out a mineral line, 5 SCVs go down. Does clip a ghost. ByuN now going back into Liberators. He's going back in. And again, you can see why. As he's just forcing, oh my god, we'll take a massive storm to the face though. Storm pops off. ByuN going for the Nexus. Okay, that's a lot of liberation. Oh, going for the rocks. Locking him down. Yeah, rocks to get knocked down, and ByuN is out of position. The liberators are exposed. Doesn't quite get in though. The base still falls. And there's just enough liberators where they can defend themselves. They can defend themselves here. Yeah, we spoke earlier, like, once you get critical mass of libs, we do expect Sky Toss. Gerald, he commits to ground toss instead. It's not going to be easy. Does try to blink forward. Oh god, he gets punished for it though. Some decent Novas. Disruptor's going down. It's been very back and forth, a very intense series here, or game from Gerald and ByuN. But ByuN is gaining more ground. Gerald reinforcing with more Zealot. Being forced back to his side of the map. Oh, blinks in. Gets one, gets two. Gets three. Liberators are falling, the army's a little bit too far back. And ByuN, he does kite back past those liberation zones. Races all the way back home. Liberators all go down. Not a bad cleanup. And Gerald double expands. Takes both bases. Top center and bottom center as well. Both bases on the way. ByuN, he scans, he sees saturation. He's still pinned against the wall. He can't leave. He can't rotate. If he does, he will lose these bases. But he does arrive with Liberator. And good enough. Denies mining. Nice mining once again. And what's important here is that, as we're seeing, ByuN, he's only ever been able to harass with some Liberators. Whether it's one or two Liberators at a time, but there has been no drop play. And without that, Gerald, he's been enjoying a better economy. And that's why he's been able to afford all these losses. That's why his bank is so large. For the most part, his economy has been untouched. And it looks like ByuN has finally realized. He's finally trying to do something about it. ByuN, instead of gunning for these main engagements and these main pushes, he finally splits off an army to harass. So going for that expansion. Yep, and there's no saving it. Again, a full mineral line goes down, an expansion as well. Finally, some counter damage. The base goes down. Gerald, he cannot save this. Tries to respond, moves in. That's what Liberators are for. Nice splits. ByuN, he avoids the Novas this time. He has turned it on. Throwing in some SCVs. Yo, where are we going? Does throw some away. Still being active. And all ByuN needs to do with this army is just hold. Just hold the line. Just buy time here for his harassing force to wreak havoc. And does Gerald recall? Pylon goes down. There's the recall. Again, he has to. He has to recall back home. ByuN pulls away. Going back around. Almost gets a Colossus. Gets off an EMP. Liberator's getting caught at siege. Gerald, he gains ground towards the south. Not bad. Oh, we'll take a lot of free damage, though. Yeah, Colossus goes down to the Liberators. Likewise, Stalkers, they struggle as well. These Liberators, they get so much, they gain so much value. They punish the army, they get both 3 Disruptors and the High Templar. Oh my god. There's too much freedom. That was brutal. That was insane. These Liberators, they just completely shut down the army, or at least most of the high-tech units. Another High Templar. Another Templar rallies in. Just whenever anything moves in, they just get deleted. Gerald, he just cannot touch this army, cannot touch these Liberators. Job comes in, and Gerald, he's been broken. He hasn't broken. He played so well throughout so much of this game. Got away with so much greed as well, but that was brutal. I want to say, throughout the course of the last, like, 60 seconds, he lost like what, 6 disruptors, 4 high templar. Like he lost so much to just liberation zones. Just set him and forget him, papi. Just the libs, they just kill everything. That was insane. ByuN's like, I probably should have done this earlier. But should just come into his zip sooner. Oh. I was trying to turn him away. He's up to 3 disruptors. That's the final Nova. But he lost top right. Top right base has fallen. Again, Gerald's just being torn apart. Liberators, they do reposition. To reposition. ByuN hunting for another expansion. Oh. So let's get one. They'll take down one. ByuN collapses in from the front, from the north side. It does him forward. He's not going for bases, not anymore. He wants the main army. EMPs, they shut down the High Templar. Gerald forced further back. Nice storm. Storm does pop up, but the EMPs are better. Oh god. ByuN, he does need that support though, and there it is. The freedom has arrived. This time those stalkers are within range. They focus them down one after the other. And can Gerald break through this? It's getting close. Remember, a lot of supply now in medevacs. ByuN has to pull the boys. He has to pull the boys. Gerald, he's all in. Oh, massive connection. Nova goes off. ByuN not paying attention. We'll take it over to the face, and Gerald, he can still win this game. He breaks through the main army, goes for the gold base, shuts down the CC. The mule cheat. ByuN's so greedy. He mules. We'll lose all the mules. Will be cleaned up. And Gerald, he has finally burned through his bank. He's burned through that bank. ByuN, he checks, no further expansions. SCV's going down. This could still go either way. Still go either way here for either ByuN or Gerald. Gerald just rotating over, avoids those liberators. Does avoid them. The other two, they fly over the army. Decent storms, but oh my god, the Marauders, they collapse on in. They trade so well here. Whenever there's no disruptors, no splash damage, they just stim in. Clean up the Archons, clean up the Stalkers. Better trade for ByuN. Takes the center expansion. And the southern base as well. And this time, the Liberator count was not reset. This time, he's building back up once again. Slowly building up that lib count. Securing this position. There are the mules. This time they will survive. Knocking down that tower as well. Why not? Gerald, he does try to bypass those liberation zones once again, catching reinforcements. He gets a ghost, he gets a marauder, nice pickups. Oh, almost a liberator. Nice movement with these stalkers, but again, this is all that Gerald has left, and GG gets called. Yeah, it's not going to be good enough. ByuN, he will take the series 2-0 as Gerald, he runs out of steam and he taps out. ByuN advances on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series, will advance on. That was very close, and we were so close to an ace match. There were a couple of times in that game where I was almost certain that Gerald had enough momentum to just snowball into a win, but barely did not. Barely ByuN was able to hold on, despite even taking some rough trades when it came to the disruptors, when it came to the Novas. But regardless, GG, ByuN does take it, and Gerald is knocked out of the tournament. GG. GG, well played. That will lead us into the grand finals. Was that a mana mule? No. He was legitimately trying to mine. Just catching up. I find Tussle struggles to find an answer to Mass Liberator's late game. As we did mention during the game itself, if you recall when we saw the Stargate, we did bring it up a couple of times during the game, but typically a Sky Toss transition is required once the Liberator count gets high enough. And Gerald did have the money for it. He did have the money, did have the time to set up for a Liberator, sorry, for a Sky Toss transition. He did choose not to. I mean, it's, I believe, a stylistic choice. Sky Toss is much slower, as you can imagine. It's a much slower style. You build up Tempest, you build up your spellcasters, of course, and it's a more slow-moving army. I would imagine that Gerald, he did want to stay mobile to try to rotate and pick away at the bases and keep up with ByuN, and it almost worked, to be fair. Like, it almost worked. We saw many times he was able to outposition ByuN and snipe those Liberators and reset the Liberator count time and time and time again. There's the reason why that game was as close as it was, is because, I mean, again, Gerald, he almost did break ByuN. So GG. So GG, well played. In the end, wasn't enough, and he did make it difficult in himself to stick with that, you know, more agile but also cheaper and more fragile army. And in the end, he was broken. And we're getting ready here for the grand finals. So I'm thinking Vikings feel too strong versus them. That's why it's not like you're going mass Tempest. You're going some Tempest with ground support to zone away those Vikings. There's complexity to the army, you know, getting into Storm, getting into Archons, getting into Disruptors as well to help zone away those Vikings and zone away the Ghosts. There's that kind of like slow methodical dance back and forth. Again, it's just a slower style in general to get into that. It is more efficient and is kind of like the ideal kind of late game composition. But yeah, very different kind of play style to make use of that. I think Gerald tried to destroy ByuN early before he could mass lib. I wouldn't phrase it necessarily that way, as in he wasn't trying to kill him early because that was a long game, but he was trying to overwhelm ByuN regardless, right? He was trying to outposition him and overwhelm him, and again, there were times where it was working. Again, there's a reason why the game was as close as it was. He was finding success at times, but also ByuN was as well, right? It was very, very back and forth. GG. GG, well played. With that, leads us into our finals, into our final series of the night, into our best of 5. It is going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and Creator. Let's go. Let's see who's going to be this week's Tenacious Total Tussle champion. For those that are curious, for those that want to support the tournament, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino page where you can help support and help fund the event. 100% of the money on Matcherino goes towards our players. It goes towards top 4. Top 4 players are paid out here in the Total Tussle. So ByuN, Creator, Jumy, and Gerald all do earn some prize money here for their trouble tonight for their performance. GG. GG, well played. But we're here to determine which is going to take that first place and which will take that second. Let's go. We're here to set up. Likewise, if you want to help support our other events, you can do so via Patreon as well. As a reminder, for full transparency, our Patreon does fund our other events. It doesn't fund the Turtle Tussle. Turtle Tussle is actually sponsored and funded by some very passionate viewers and very passionate fans of StarCraft. A shout out to Mark BT and a shout out to Protostegosaurus for funding the event, for supporting it, and for allowing this event to be a reality. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very passionate fans and very passionate viewers of StarCraft. Very passionate. Again, this event would not be possible without them, so thank you. Thank you so much. From here, though, we are getting into our fresh best of 5. We're jumping in. Jumping in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shovel Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Creator. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Now, as a reminder, this is a prediction for the entirety of the series, not just the game. So best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open. We are going to be settling in. Whew. And again, we had a crazy intense back and forth between Gerald and ByuN. I'm sure he is a little bit winded from that series, but now it's time to jump back into another TVP. And Creator has been patiently waiting. He's been resting up, he's been ruminating over how he will approach this matchup. I'm excited to see how he differs to Gerald. Again, Creator, he usually plays his own style. Typically a little bit more old school. Like Creator, he's usually playing a little bit differently to how the current meta has shaped up. That is at least the case for some of his other matchups in PvZ and I would say PvT as well, but we'll see what he goes for this time. Our eyes are on Creator. He's also typically a little bit more creative or exploratory when it comes to certain cheeses or all-ins. Can mix it up. We do see, though, one gas opener out of ByuN. ByuN going for a Rax into CC on the low ground. He's going to be forced to throw it down off center, so a nice little win there for Creator. He does delay the CC by a couple of seconds as it will have to lift and land. Nothing major, but damage nonetheless. So nice done there by Creator. He pulls away. And also Creator, with this, he doesn't just delay the CC, but he scouts and he confirms the opener as well. He knows it's an economic build by ByuN. So with this Creator, he pulls away, getting to his own setup. Loading into a smaller map like this, I would expect to see Twilight Council play. It can be very risky opening up Stargate on these smaller maps. So our eyes are on Creator. We'll see what tech he goes for. A Robo opener is also an option. True, if you feel threatened, if you feel like your opponent's going to be hyper aggressive, you can go for a Robo. But based on the Rax Expand, we shouldn't be seeing a Robo in this kind of game state. As Creator does open Adept into Sentry. Again, Sentry openers and Sentries early on. Speaking of Robo, there it is. It is a Robo opener. Now, I'm not too fond of this idea considering the economic start of his opponent. What is a Robo opener? Well, this gives you access to a couple of things early on. Early Observer, Early Immortal, and Early Warp Prism. And on top of that, Early Bay. So we have options here. Basically, this is really defensive. The reason why I say this is because unlike Blink or unlike Phoenix-based openers, you do not gain map control, you do not shut down drop play, you're not able to achieve as much or maintain as much map control with a Robo instead of Blink or Phoenixes. Which is why Blink and Phoenix openers are much more commonplace, because they give the Protoss that map control. But do you see what I see? Extra gates, extra gateways, early mortar production. Based on these two gates, though, this feels more aggressive. Early Immortal is typically something to defend against an all-in, but with extra gateways, this could be Immortal into a Warp Prism, into like some kind of crazy, like Soul Train-esque 2-base all-in. So, Creator, he's cooking. let him cook, papi, let him cook. Twilight Council follow-up out of Creator, interesting. That means if he is going to be aggressive, he's going to be waiting for his follow-up. But there is that prism that we expected. So Immortal into 3 gates into Warp Prism. He is going to be pushing across the map. Is this for like DTs and like early Archon production? Like what's the what are we getting into? Meanwhile, drop has arrived. Marine drop into the main base. Hellions towards the natural. Creator is somewhat in position. Oh my god, but they do line up. 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. That's going to be 6 workers going down already. And 6 probes do fall. 8 probes even. As Marines are still in the main. So the main base going for the Stalker. He wants it and he gets it as well. Stalker does go down. And we're going for charge. Not Blink. Charge is on the way. This is looking quite committed, but this damage here is pretty intense. 8 probe kills already. And Creator, he does move out. Bearing in mind he can warp in 3 units at a time. And we'll see what Creator can get done. Again, this is an interesting build, to say the least, out of Creator. We'll see how it all comes together. I mean, I did say earlier that he's a little bit more exploratory when it comes to his builds in these matchups. I mean, true. We can see that here. There's some of the add-ons. The Vikings on the way. Creator, he should be fine. He should not lose anything here. He saves the Zealot and he saves the Immortal. Remember, there's no stim. This early on, there is no stim and there are no Vikings, so Creator, he is safe to poke in, to get some damage. He's getting his 3rd base. But this early charge timing is interesting to me. I'm curious if he plans on going for an all-in. Now, the reason why I say this is because there's no Forge. There is no Forge, there's no +1. He's not taking gases. Yep, more gates on the way. I'm expecting even more. I'm expecting more gateways out of Creator. Jumping further in. Deny some mining time. And yep, more gates. Yeah, more gateways here. Oh, but we are going for a bay. So I'm getting mixed signals. The gateway explosion makes sense if we were going for a zealot all-in, but the gases and a bay tells us that we do intend to saturate. We do intend to saturate the gases, more importantly, and take up into Colossus. So we're headed towards a longer game state. Headed towards a longer game state here. We're kind of like Frankensteining our way there, but we're getting there. Unfortunately, we're going to be working with 0-0 upgrades for an extended period of time. ByuN getting into +1. Building up his Raxes. Third TC's on the way. ByuN working in towards that mid-game. Checking Creator's vision. He did not scout the CC. But he is saturating. He's saturating. Now we get the Forge. It's going to be a delayed Forge here by Creator. As he does catch that Raven. So nice pickoff. Raven goes down. ByuN is being active. The Observer does spot the drop. Creator knows. Maybe he has some Zealots in position. Yeah, there we go. He does reinforce. Again, he saw the drop. And is moving in. Creator taking up with expansion. Drop is deflected. Good reaction by ByuN. And we have a game. We have a game here. We're getting to the mid-game. It's been an awkward way to get here, is what I will say. It's been very different, but I appreciate it. I always appreciate casting Creator because of that. They've gone here in a different way. Again, still very Zealot-centric. Now, one of the big weaknesses of this composition that he's going for, as you can imagine, no anti-air. No anti-air here. This almost reminds me of the weakness of Lingbane into Ultra, where we have Charge Lot into Colossus, and there's no Blink Stalkers, there's no Phoenixes. These drops, as a result, have potential to get damage done and to just pull Creator apart. Because of the lack of anti-air, like ByuN, he shouldn't really be losing much. Picks up a pylon, spots the Colossus, spots the Zealots. ByuN pulls away. So far, Creator, he is keeping up. He's splitting up his forces. He has a force here at the 4th, at the 3rd, and in the main. Again, because Creator knows that he has no anti-air, he has to pre-split his army to make sure he's ready for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's not going for drop play. He's going for one main frontal push. As he moves out, he's reinforcing with Vikings, with Ghosts as well. Does get ahead of time. Creator, he's pre-spread his army, so he's not quite in position. He's not ready for this. Tanks will siege. ByuN sims in, and he zones Creator away. The base is going to go down. Free pick off. Creator coming in though, coming from behind, trying to hold on. Vikings collapsing in. Nice control with the prism. Does save the Colossus. The tanks are going down. And Creator, with this angle of attack, he's holding on. He survives. He defends. Whew. A very, very, very close fight there. You can see how low the Colossus got, but they survive. They all live. They survive. He holds. Creator holds on. He was able to clean up those tanks. Behind this, ByuN going for a second starport. So reinvest into those Vikings. Likewise, now we have Blink on the way. Yo, 10-minute Blink. Let's go. Getting into Blink, getting to a second Forge, +2. Again, Creator, he's getting to a more ideal army. Something more well-rounded. He's almost there. Likewise, now investing into Disruptors. I would love to see a second Robo, extra gases, 5th base is on the way. But without that second Robo, these Colossus are going to be vulnerable. I mean, his army is going to be vulnerable to like a Remax. He's going to be struggling to Remax, I should say. I mean, the answer to that is like, oh, just don't lose your units. True. Just don't lose the Colossus, you'll be fine. Not wrong. Easier said than done. which is on the way. ByuN pushing through the center, massing up more Vikings. He's on how many? He's on 6 Vikings so far. Soon to be 10. Soon. Dustin forward. Once again, Creator collapsing in from both angles. Boss is taking a lot of hits. Takes a massive volley. ByuN this time, he does not push past that ramp. He doesn't push past the choke point. Doesn't test his luck. He's been burned before. So he pulls away, building up more Vikings. He attempts to run by. ByuN gets his 4th base up and running, about to morph into a planetary. He's still sharking around, looking for a way in. He finds the army. Oh, gets an EP up. Never doesn't connect. Vikings, they shut down one of the Colossus. Sims in, Creator coming in from behind, trying to set us around. Does try it too, but once again, ByuN, he's careful. He pulls away. He knows that he's in danger of being surrounded. ByuN being careful. Shuts down the Zealot run by. As ByuN pulls away, we have the Fusion Core. That's going to be for Liberators. Liberators are on the horizon. And we saw how powerful they can be against Gerald. And we're getting there here against Creator. Almost there. Goes off. Vikings, they do get a Colossus. They get one so far, but the Vikings, they overextend. And they're almost completely reset. Does get both Colossus though. Ooh, got the second one as well. Very nice. Worth it there for ByuN. Colossus count down to 1. Nice EMP, no recall. So behind the mineral line, takes down 7 probes. On 7 workers, ByuN pushing forward. Once again, lands a decent EMP here on the main army. Has to respect the Nova. Oh, massive connection. Nova goes up. There's one more left. Tells Grace the army. And Creator holds. Creator, he holds on. ByuN, he plummets in supply. He did throw away a lot there in that fight. And Creator, for the first time in a long time, he counterattacks. He's done defending. It's time to push. Creator does have that supply lead. And ByuN, he needs more time to rebuild. Get into Liberators. Expansion is exposed. Nova once again zones away. Does graze the army. CC force a lift. There's a cancellation on the CC. Command center gets cancelled. 3rd base does lift up. And he's even going for the kill. And he will get it. One more volley. And the base falls. Creator doing well here. He's maxed. He's maxed out. Liberators, they only just popped out. So there's not many of them. Creator, he has enough. He has momentum. But he doesn't know about top left. Does not yet know. Still keeping up with the main army. Does keep up. Creator, he does rotates. Once again, trying to catch ByuN out of position. Oh my god, the freedom is here. A lot of freedom. Colossus rallies into the army. Uh-oh. Colossus rallies in, goes down for free. Decent EMP on those Archons. And Creator, he does spot the expansion. He knows. Does spot the planetary. Boys are being pulled. ByuN going for a base trade. He knows top left is going to go down, so he takes down the center left. Planetary's going to fall. There's a recall. He lets it finish. Oh, he sets up. Yeah, wow, he does let it finish. He will shut this down. The Stalkers do fall. Colossus barely saved. Cheeky move there by ByuN. That was... Yo, that was evil. He saw the recall and he stopped fighting. He just stopped shooting. He's like, come at me. Oh my god. And now ByuN, he skyrockets ahead. The creator, he lost all of his army. He's racing back home. Nova goes off. Teaser connection. But ByuN, he has the main. He controls the main base. That recall was not it. Even ByuN knew it. Is that okay? You want a recall? Sure. Aye, aye, aye. And with that, 28 workers going to be going down the base as well. ByuN, he saves top left. Creator, he will clean this up. He forces ByuN back. Oh, does force him to pick up. But behind this, ByuN, he's now up in workers. He's up in bases. He's taking another expansion. The Liberators are set up. And ByuN just has a massive advantage. In one fell swoop, one fight, all it takes. As in one fight, he crippled the army and the economy. And Creator, he's all in. At this point, he's committed. He's trying to take another expansion. He's down to less than 50 workers. He has to find a base. If he can knock down an expansion, he can even things up. Moving forward. That's a lot of freedom. That's a lot of freedom here for ByuN. Never does connect. He does blink in. He blinks into the liberation zones. Oh my god, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be meat grinder. Yeah, ByuN, he sims forward. Stalkers are falling one after the other. Army comes in from behind. And the Liberators, they stand strong. They stand strong. They're finally going to be going down. Oh, cool. Likewise, Immortals, they come in to defend. Okay, Creator, he breaks through. Breaks through that defensive line. The Immortals, they did well against the Marauders. CC goes down. And ByuN, he's in trouble. He's in trouble here. He lost all the libs. And Creator, he does deny an expansion. And just like that, Creator takes an economic lead. He is ahead economically. Can he push up this ramp? That I'm less certain of. But he might try to. Okay, there's some walls that do a lot in the back line. Ooh, Disruptor goes down. Creator, he does feel pressured. Chips away here at the wall. You see ByuN going back into Viking production. Makes sense against two Colossus. Does need those Vikings. Oh. Does need them. Creator double expanding. Takes bottom right and center left. He's re-expanding. Has a comparable army. Still very tense. Planetary will defend. For a time. Oh. ByuN moving forward, forced to fight. It doesn't quite have enough here to fight head on. Has the guy back. Does have the guy back. Stalkers, they stay out of range of the planetary. SCVs are going down. This is brutal damage. Creator, can he bounce back? Can he bring it back, man? He's close. He has 0 disruptors. Doesn't have any disruptors. He's got those 2 Colossi. There are plenty of Vikings, though. At this point, I want to see ByuN go back into Liberators. I feel like we have enough Vikings for two Colossus. Speaking of Colossus, they're going to go down one after the other. As EMP on those Immortals. And the Colossus will fall. Likewise, Prism as well. Vikings from here they can land. They find another Colossus. And ByuN, he takes the fight. Does take the fight. At the same time, though, he lost every single SCV. 18 workers going down. The economy is being crippled. That was still an expensive loss for Creator, though. That's the problem. It isn't a cheap army to lose all those Immortals and Colossus. It's not cheap. Likewise, ByuN does preserve his economy. Creator, he has nothing at home to defend. He's barely hanging on. If ByuN were to move out with a drop, then he could find so much damage, but for now, he's focusing on his defense. Gets a Stalker. SCV ready. Does take down a Stalker. Creator making 2 Colossus at a time. He's building up. The Viking count is still solid, but you can see here Creator intentionally focusing down those Vikings. Does intentionally focus them down. There's the recall. Colossus is revealed. Vikings they lift. EMP doesn't quite connect. Colossus is going to go down. What about the Vikings? Sorry, what about the Zealots? Zealots they break through. They get on top of the Ghost. Massive pickups. Viking count gets reset. ByuN stims in. Colossus, be careful. Rallying out. Does rally out. Has joined forces with the main army. Now there's 0 Vikings. The Colossus can stand strong. Out to 2. 2 Colossus. Creator does take a supply lead. And ByuN, he doesn't know about center left. He doesn't know about this base. If he did, I'm sure he'd move out for it. He does not know. Creator getting up to 4. There's a scan. Now he knows. Yeah, there's a scan. Now he realizes what's going on. Well, this base has been mining for so long. ByuN taking another CC. And ByuN, he can't push into this. Not anymore. Not into 4 Colossus. It's not going to happen. Not with a ByuN army. Creator looking good. I would actually give him the edge here. I'd give him the advantage. Without Liberators or Vikings, like Mass Marine Marauder Ghost, it's just going to melt. Does depend on the angle of attack, of course. Speaking of, Creator collapsing in. Colossus move forward. Snipes going up. Oh. And you can see ByuN just cannot get on top of those Colossi. There's 4 of them already. 4 of them move in. They do spend some shots here on the Marauders. But the ByuN army melts. Here come reinforcements, and Creator, he does it. He breaks through. GG gets called. And Creator will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Let's go. GG, well played, Creator. He does take a lead in the series, but that was only game 1. A very intense, very back and forth game here. Crazy build by Creator early on, going for a Robo opener into Immortal, into like Charge Lot, into like delayed Colossus, delayed upgrades as well. It was a very chaotic build there by Creator, but you know, we got into a solid mid game, and even then it was very back and forth, very close, very back and forth. Creator, he got away with some hidden bases, or I should say unscouted bases, was able to maintain his economy. There was some better moments for ByuN, if you recall, like the recall. The moments that Creator recalled to that expansion, he lost his army, he lost his bases, lost his economy, but Creator, he instantly counterattacked, instantly, and he was able to get enough damage. He reset the army. GG. GG, well played, very chaotic, and Creator takes the lead. Let's go. Let us go. I think the extra gateways are in case Creator is forced to defend. The extra gateways, the reason why I indicated that it was more aggressive was because, if you recall, there was no forge. The lack of forge indicated the lack of preparation for a longer game state, which is why we assumed it was going to be something more aggressive and more committed, if you recall during the cast. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Shopify, of Leylines, we have the South Korean Terran player for Shopify Rebellion down in the series, but it's a best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us. Can he bounce back? Can he tie things up? It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. We'll see if we can extend that lead. It is Creator. And a big factor in that game that we didn't really get to mention, we brought it up at the start of the game, if you remember, when we were talking about the potential Stargate opener. We were talking about how on a map as small as Ultra Love, we did not expect Stargate play because it is so risky to get away with because of how small the map is. Then we didn't really bring up the size of the map afterwards. But because the map is so small, it also allowed for these big counterattacks. We saw that it didn't take long at all for an army to move from one end of the map to the other. I'm specifically referring to Creator after defending against the drop in the main base, counterattacking and breaking the third base and pushing into the natural of ByuN. Again, it took seconds to go from one end to the other, and part of that was because the map itself. Part of the punishment that ByuN was receiving from some cleaned up drops were thanks to the map itself, and that is something that isn't going to be as applicable here on ley lines, but is definitely something that did impact game number 1. Here we're loading into a larger map, longer rush distance by ground, so counterattacks, they do take longer to move from one end to the other, from base to base. So there is a greater defender's advantage on this map, more so than on Ultra Love. But here we are going to be settling in. Double gas. Interesting. Double gas opener this time by ByuN. If you recall, on Ultra Love we had an economic opener. We had a single gas into Rax Expand out of our Terran player. Here it's going to be double gas into what exactly? We can go Reactor Reaper Hellion. That's what we're starting off with. We have Reactor Reaper on the way into Hellion support. But from here we can go into an earlier Tech Lab. We can go into an earlier add-on. Ooh, that is not Hellion. That is going to be Widowmine. Okay, Widowmine follow-up. This should lead into a Widowmine drop. So we have our initial opener of choice here from ByuN. Back across the map, we have Creator, likewise settling in. And I expect to see, I was going to say I expect to see a Twilight Council opener, but 2 games in a row, Robo opener out of Creator. Interesting. We do have a Robo for the 2nd time in this series. Now, once again, to reiterate, typically a Robo opener is more of a safer way to play. And I guess that's still applicable to the last game, because you get earlier Immortals, you get earlier Colossus production, you can get earlier Observer as well, earlier detection and scouting. So a very safe start here by Creator, and I actually like this opener a lot more for the Protoss against a double gas build. So I do like this a lot more here for Creator, more so than the previous game. Reapers, they get into the middle line, they get 1, they get 2 probes. 2 workers going down. And we do clean up those Reapers. Alas, the initial opener was scattered. Once again, it's going to be Immortal first. Now, if you remember, last game it was Immortal first into a Prism, into an early Twilight Council, into early Charge, into an attempted move out. Because of ByuN's aggression, Creator, he couldn't really reinforce across the map. But so far, same build. Twilight Council, this should be Charge. This should be Charge. We shouldn't be seeing a Forge into a Prism, into an early move out. Same build. Meanwhile, ByuN does move out. Oh. Does move out, going for his Widowmine drop. Alas, he's going to be scouted, he's going to be shut down. Widowmine's forced to land. Is going to be Observer next, out of Creator. So, Immortal into Observer. I'm here trying to chase down that Prism, or that Medevac. There's that charge on the way, again, as we expected. Just like the previous game. Oh, nice Mind Shot, does target the Stalker. And miscontrol there from Creator, does pull away. And just like last game, yep, Immortal into War Prism. So this is to move out across the map. Now, last game we saw that Creator, he didn't really make full use of this. He was only dropping with 1 Zeld and 1 Immortal. And that was because Creator, if you recall, he lost 8 probes at the start of the game to Hellion run-bys. So he lost a lot of workers, so he couldn't really afford to reinforce and be aggressive. This time, he might be able to do so. So we might see a more ideal execution of this build here in game 2. As he does expand and take a 3rd. Does take a much faster 3rd base. Back at home, ByuN going for his add-on swaps, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup into Stim. And just like the last game, it is another Gateway Explosion. So we'll see if Creator sticks to this build every game in this series, because this seems to be at least what he's more comfortable with. There are some inefficiencies here, or there are some downsides to this build, as I mentioned before, when it comes to lack of upgrades, likewise lack of anti-air, lack of denial of drop play. We can even see this Raven wreaking havoc, getting a couple of probe kills. Does get 1. So there are definitely vulnerabilities to this build, but regardless, Creator, he's embracing it. This time he's able to reinforce, able to warp in more zealots. He's waiting for charge to complete. And once the 3rd base is done, now he starts up the Bay and the Forge. So delayed tech out of Creator. And I was imagining that he would move out, but it looks like instead he's preparing to receive an army. So he's being more defensive. Observer gets sniped. Creator is staying back. And here comes the move out. Here comes the move out from ByuN. And I want to say the creator should be okay here. Like, again, this build, what it accomplishes is early Immortal, early Prism, early Charge, early Zealots. It does feel like he's going to have an army to contend against this, but we'll see. Stim is done and +1 is about to finish. There are force fields. And depending on how creator force fields this army, he can deal with this. No moves in. Tank blow is going up. Force fields, they lock down one Immortal, not ideal. They work against the Zealots. ByuN, Brutal Missile goes up. And he does stim in, he wants to go for the kill. Does want to go for the kill here. Cleans up the Zealots, more reinforcements on the way. See creator barely holding on with these charge lots. He's holding. Zealots are coming from behind, and yeah, he's going to clean this up. He's going to shut this down. And it does feel like that's what this build is kind of designed for. This is why I like this more against double gas instead of the more economic start in game 1. Because creator, he forgoes tech, he forgoes upgrades in favor of a greater army early on, and he survives. So just a really defensive style here by creator, and ByuN kind of plays into it. So he does play into it. Colossus now arrives. Match are going up. But overall, creator, he's shutting down this army, and creator, he will take a lead. Cleans up everything. And creator, he can soon get ready for a counterattack. Like, again, creator, he wanted ByuN to be aggressive, and ByuN, he played into it. He played into it so well. He was kind of dancing to the music of creator. And now ByuN, he's falling behind. He lost how much? He lost Marines, lost a tank, 5 Marauders, the Raven, 7 Widow Mines, and for what? For mainly Zealot. A very cheap army here from creator. Very cheap. And now as time goes on, now he's catching up when it comes to those upgrades. He's building up the Colossus count, and he's getting ready for eventually breaking out across the map. As he's been absorbing the blows of ByuN. And I would say that this has been a more effective build so far in Game 2 than in Game 1. Again, just because in Game 1, ByuN wasn't as aggressive. It wasn't as committed. So creator is in a better position. Likewise getting to Blink. Temple Archives into Storm. Creator still just focusing on defending, on being on his side of the map. Now, I do think there was a missed opportunity. I think after the initial defense, if creator, instead of going for another expansion, if he had thrown down like 2 more gateways then and there and reinforced and then moved across the map, I think he could have broken ByuN. I think ByuN was vulnerable, and I think creator had the opportunity to break him. But instead, creator, he's just being more defensive. He's just being more passive. He's waiting for Storm, for Blink. He wants to build up towards a greater army instead. Doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to risk counterattacking and failing. Spending a stream more probes. At the same time, drop here towards the top side. There's a cannon in position. Again, you can see cannons being thrown at the 3rd, at the 4th. Shield batteries as well. Like creator, he's turtling up. Or at least he's trying to. He's taking this more defensive role. See if he can hold on. Nice EMP. EMP goes up first. Colossus goes down. Also, they come in from behind. Oh, they bet out some of those mine shots. But still, ByuN, he does outtrade the Gateway Army. Takes down the Stalkers. Takes down the Zealots. These are rough trades here for creator. But he will hold. Will defend, as opposed to typically where creator mainly loses Zealots. Here he lost a Colossus and he lost a lot of Stalkers. That was how many? That was 9 Stalkers going down. Ooh, and looks like now the counterattack has been triggered. Creator, he does move out, and back at home, I mean, there's nothing. There's 2 Widow Mines and some reinforcements. Back at home, creator, he's trying to hold on with the Colossus, going for the CC. The CC is going to go down, and creator, he's just all over ByuN. Again, punishing ByuN's aggression. The CC is going to be killed. There's no escaping this. And honestly, creator, he can move up this ramp. Again, this army is not large enough to stop creator entirely, but creator, he's playing it safe. once again, kills the fourth, backs off. Kills the fourth, backs off, retreats, maintains his lead. Again, it's been a very careful play so far this game. Never looking to overextend, never being overly aggressive, never risking it. Like, I'm gonna take this little win. I'm gonna back off. Wait, I'm good. I'm gonna back off, take another base, take another expansion, and get further ahead. Getting to +3, second robo for disruptors. And ByuN is in a rough place. We've been giving a lot of praise here to creator ByuN. Right now, he needs to, he needed to go for drop play. Now it's going to be a little more difficult. Now there's Blink Stalkers, true. But he needs to be aggressive himself. He needs to deny bases, get into mineral lines. He can't be stuck at home. But alas, whenever he moves out, he's punished now. The Observer sees everything. Creator sees the army. He engages. He wants those ghosts. He gets one. Takes out one of the ghosts. And now we have disruptors. Now disruptors have arrived. Now creator has more pushing power. Let's try to push up the ramp. EMP goes up. Where are those Novas? Nova sent away. There's one more Nova left. Oh! Does connect. Decent connection. The last creator, he gets called out. Please have the disruptors. Please have the Colossus as well. And creator, he does overextend. And he'll be losing a lot of this army. Losing another Colossus. With those reinforcing zealots, so he's holding on. He does hold. The turtle has seen better times. Aye, aye, aye. But witness to everything. And creator, he retreats. This was a really awkward fight for creator. He basically tried to push up this ramp. He got flanked. And as a result, he bled out a lot of his stalkers, a lot of his zealots. In the end, his disruptors and Colossus. So very awkward engagement there for creator. And ByuN, he wins that fight. Does out trade his opponent. And now he regains his fourth. His fourth base is now up and running. ByuN, he's back in this game. Fight did go his way. From here, ByuN, he can now take a fifth base. Is getting to 3/3 upgrades. Pushing forward. That's EMP. EMP goes up. Stims up the ramp. And takes down the Immortal. Immortal goes out, but he's pushing into 4 Colossus once again. That's a lot of Colossus. Every time. As he moves out, so DT counterattack comes in. 15 oh my god, 15 SCVs. Late reaction, late response. We have a DT at the natural, DT in the main. 19 worker kills. Aye, aye, aye. I mean, even we were focusing on the main push. ByuN was distracted, so were we. 19 workers do fall. And creator, he does take an economic lead. I guess be careful not to be too excited. Stalkers are about to get surrounded. Uh-oh. Yeah, he should not be here. We do get a surround. He does try to find a way out. He trades. It takes out one ghost. But he loses everything. Ooh, that's what that brutal loss here for creator. Gets caught out of position. And the problem here is that he needs those stalkers to what? To protect the Colossus against the Vikings. He needs that anti-air. Now he's down to what? 5 stalkers. He has to rebuild. He has to warp in. More stalkers on the way. ByuN is maxed. So again, ByuN just out-positioning creator. Does catch him out. Going for the Colossus. Popping up. Does save it. Never goes up. Oh, no connection. And the first Colossus does fall. Down to 3. See creator, he's rebuilding that 4th Colossus. He's rebuilding. Seeing smart against Terran, like ByuN in particular, I agree. If you're referring to this more defensive style out of creator, 100%. Like it's countering ByuN, at least in the early to mid game, really well. Here now we have more of an even back and forth. I would even give ByuN a slight edge, but in the lead up to this, like creator was in a better position, 100%. But upon losing all those stalkers, now things are looking a little bit bleaker. ByuN going for a split push. We'll see if creator can keep up. As ByuN is maxed. And ByuN has a super maxed army. What does that mean? ByuN only has 54 SCVs. He barely has any workers. He has mainly army supply. Pushing up the ramp. It's going to be forced back though. Doesn't quite get on top of the Colossus. And remember, ByuN only fighting with half his army. The other half being left idle. There we go. Does get activated. Going for bottom right. But that's after the fight. That's after the engage. And Creator, he can always... I don't think it's wise to recall here. Yeah. I mean, there's the EMP. Base goes down. Nice pickoff. The expansion falls. ByuN has to be so careful. Like, my biggest concern here is that because ByuN's SCV count is so low, because his bank is low as a result, it means that if he will lose one fight, it's going to be difficult to rebuild. It's going to be very difficult to rebuild and remax. As he's making 6 Marauders at a time. Jesus, that's a lot of Marauders. Likewise, he's built up towards 12 Vikings. Oh, it does misclick, kills his own ghost. Sending a message to the other ghosts. As Creator's distracted by this force on the right-hand side, we have a massive counterattack on the left, and the Colossus, so they get caught out. One Colossus goes down. Nova grazes the army, but Creator, he was distracted. He's losing ground. Yeah, he's being pulled apart left and right. Creator, he cannot keep up. Bases are falling. Creator, he's stuck in the middle. He doesn't know where to go. Does recall. He'll save the northern base. Oh, just barely will try to save it. Tries to come in for the surround. He will force back the army. He saves the Nexus, but he will lose bottom right. He had to choose one. He will lose the other. DT's warping in. They get EMP'd. Creator still trying to keep up. Oh my god, Nova goes up. Creator, he holds. Creator, he holds on. He does need a counterattack here and now. ByuN, he did fight well, but he's losing all the Immortals. Sorry, all the Marauders. The Immortals, they pop off. Go for the center base. Creator has to consolidate his army. Trying to bring everything together. Trying to. Likewise, setting up a flank. Army's moving in. Down to 1 Viking for ByuN. It's going to be difficult to break that planetary. And likewise, we saw the last time what that happened. Oh, last time the Creator tried to push up this ramp. This time does get in. Does push forward. ByuN, he cannot flank. Again, ByuN, he didn't have the best economy coming into this. Oh, brutal connection. And the base is going to be denied. Nova once again grazes the army. There's 1 Nova left. Viking count is building up. He's up to 4 Vikings now. Up to 4 Vikings. Warping in more Zealots. Oh, the CC does overextend. Nova's going up. Oh, they do connect. Yeah, brutal connections. And Creator, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through. GG gets called. And Creator, he takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Creator, he does take a lead here. Again, ByuN had a great move when it came to going for the split push, but remember, ByuN, he didn't really have a bank to work with because of the low SCV count, so he was very committed. He was very committed. Once he lost his army, he could not rebuild, not fast enough, and he was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed by Creator. Whew, as Creator does snowball out of control, and with that, Creator takes a 2-0 lead. But again, very close. Both game 1 and game 2 have been very close, very clutch. They've come down to the wire. And now we're loading into Frostline. Frostline going to be a larger map, true. It's going to be a larger map, more exposed bases. I do favor aggressive play on this map. I do favor ByuN coming into this. I do think it is difficult to play Creator's style on Frostline. We'll get into it. We will get into it, but here we go. Loading in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss from South Korea, leading the series 2-0, one game away from claiming the series. It is Creator. And our eyes need to be on Creator here. Does he open up Robo for a third game in a row? I'm not too fond of the idea here on Frostline. Welcome 1-0 to Frostline. Frostline is a larger map. And because it's a larger map, you might be thinking, oh, does that mean, it's more macro-based, it's more defendable? The answer is no. It is a large map, but specifically, the third base and the fourth base are much more exposed. They're much more exposed. There are two very wide ramps coming into the triangular third, which means it is easier for the aggressing player to get a concave, to go up the ramp and to get a concave over the defending player, so it is so difficult to defend this. Likewise here as well, also a very large ramp. On top of that, these two bases are very spread out. They're very spread out, they're very isolated from each other, so early on a 4-base economy, it is difficult for a defending player to keep up with rotations towards this base and this base as well, defending them at the same time, or one at a time. So it can be very difficult to be defensive on this map, so if Creator tries the same style, I don't know if it's going to be as effective. Not saying that he won't win, but just saying that it's going to be more difficult to pull off here on Frostline. We'll see. Double gas. Once again, double gas to open out of ByuN, so it is going to be an aggressive start from our Terran player. We saw last game this led into Reacted Reaper, into Widowmine drop, into a more aggressive tank move out early on. It did lead into a tank push, and if you remember, the tank push was cleaned up. It was 3 tanks and a bio army with, I want to say, 1 or 2 medevacs pushing towards the third base, if you remember at the start of the game. And Creator, he got a full surround. He cleaned up the army with the Immortal, with the charge timing. He completely shut ByuN down. But it's going to be difficult to pull off that same defense here on Frostline. We'll see. We'll see if ByuN goes for the push. Likewise, what kind of tech do we go for? Stalker into Sentry. This has been the go-to here for Creator. Again, the Sentry does allow for a Hallucination Scout. Creator going for the early shield battery. Does set up. Meanwhile, ByuN going for his 1-1-1 after the CC, of course. And same build. Same build, it's going to be a Robo opener. So same build, 3 games in a row from Creator going for a Robo. This should lead into early Immortal, blindly early Immortal, into early Twilight Council, into Charge, into Gateways. Again, a very defensive setup here by Creator. And we'll see if it works on Frostline. That's what I'm most curious by. Like, I feel like it's not going to be as effective, but, I mean, Creator, he's here to prove us wrong. Meanwhile, ByuN setting up that tech lab, going for the medevac. Getting ready for the early drop. And from here, ByuN, I imagine, is going to be going for early tank production. We'll see if that's the case. Like, we know what Creator's doing, but what is ByuN up to? Ooh. Okay, add-on swap. I'm going for the add-on swap instead. Are we opening up Banshee or Raven? If it's Raven, it's just a standard opener. If it's Banshee, more aggressive. There's the add-on swap. What do you have for us? Banshee. Let's go. So it's going to be Tank Banshee. Tank Banshee here out of ByuN. If you recall, ByuN did this build on El Dorado against Gerald earlier today. And if you remember, Gerald, he was able to shut this down. Meanwhile, the hallucination sees everything. Oh my god, he sees everything. Mate. Ay. Creator, he dives into the main. He sees everything in the main base as well. Confirms, and yep, there we go. Add-on swap. We deviate away. We cancel Cloak. We cancel the tank production. ByuN, he's forced away from his own aggressive build. Mindrill comes in. Takes down a Zealot. Takes down a couple of probes. Creator holds. Creator, he does hold on. But again, ByuN, he goes for a hard switch out of his initial aggressive build of Tank Banshee into Marine production, into Stim. And it's going to be on Creator to confirm that now suddenly this isn't an aggressive build. But already Creator's in a better position because now suddenly this is an inefficient build out of ByuN, as his Stim and his bio is going to be delayed more so than usual because of the attempted Banshee play. And remember, Cloak was cancelled. Like, it was cancelled, tank production was cancelled. It was all cancelled. The mic goes down. Now the vanilla Banshee headed towards the natural. Creator should be aware of this, but last not quite in position. but now being kept busy by the drop, going for his own prism harasser across the map. The shield battery means that nothing dies, and the Banshee takes a lot of hits. Ooh, takes a lot of damage, will survive, will get out. And Creator is moving in for his counterattack. Now, more importantly, Creator, he's about to scout. He could actually deny Stim. Could go for Stim. Speaking of, he's going for it. Can he? He can. Yeah, he can, and he will. Stim is going to be denied. Massive pickup. May Creator. Papi, calm down. The Creator. Oh, we should. Okay, there we go. It's okay. Takes some extra damage. Does pull away. With that, ByuN, he takes a third. Takes the third CC. He's going to miss his timing. ByuN, he's stuck at home. And Creator, he's free to expand, to take up. We have a Forge on the way. Bay, Charge, Gateway Explosion. Oh, does miss this move out, though. Creator out of position. Alien diving in. Alien Reaper into the main. Warpin will lock this down. Creator defends. And Creator, he's ahead. He's in a very good position here. He has been shutting ByuN down at every turn. And ByuN is stuck at home. Like, what's he gonna do? Go for, I mean, he has to go for a drop. I was gonna say, what's he gonna do? Drop without Stim? I mean, what else can he do? So he's moving out. I believe this observer is a little bit too far on the right hand side, so may have caught a glimpse, but looks like it hasn't. Yeah, we're moving out with Spotter Probe, Spotter Observer. Prism back into the main. This time charge is none. We'll focus on one SCV. Gets one SCV. And again, Creator, he's safe to do this because there's no Stim. There's no Stim, so Prism is safe and sound. Drop is spotted. Creator knows. Creator collapsing in. Does spot the drop. And will force it back. Medevac takes a lot of hits. And Creator takes a fourth. Now, what I said earlier about defending your third and fourth base on this map being difficult still is applicable here. But Creator just has such a comfortable... He's in such a comfortable position that it may just not be a factor. We'll see as ByuN is moving out. And this is still a hefty army. Like, this is still an army to be respected. Stim is now done. He has combat shields. He has +1. About to have concussive shell as well. Like, this is a terrifying army. What's important? Creator sees it. He sees the army rotation. He's getting in position. He's about to have 2 Colossus. He's about to have his own +1. And we'll see if Creator can hold. Likewise, some supply is tied up because of this medevac. Oh, scan reveals hallucination. And ByuN, he does Stim in. Mind Shield going up. On the Observer. But alas, the Colossus, they do well enough. Yeah, they defend. Creator, he defends with the bare minimum. Does break through. Back at home. Nothing in position, but the medevac is not activated. Regardless, Creator holds. Creator, he does hold. Medevac moves in. Pulls away. Creator, he noticed. Yeah, he saw the medevac with the Nexus. Creator, he does respond. ByuN going for a split push. You can see he's reinforcing on the left, and he leaves a portion of his army on the right. So he's getting ready for a split push. Likewise, Creator, he also splits up his army. So one Colossus towards the top side, one Colossus towards the south. ByuN rotating. Trying to figure out where he wants to go. Observer does spot one army. The other not quite. But again, Creator, he is ready. Does confirm. And he will shut this down. Forces ByuN back. There's only one Colossus towards the top side, which is concerning. And this is a large army from ByuN. He does them in. Decent force fields. Creator, he reinforces just in time. So far, so good. And again, so important here, so crucial that Creator has these observers. Like, he's seeing these rotations, but now ByuN, he commits. He rotates with everything. So does Creator. A little bit late to respond, though. A little bit late. Colossus, they're still on the way. ByuN stims in. Does stim, takes down the shield battery. Shield battery falls, Colossus under fire. Does save it. Hot pickup there at the Creator. But the Prism is going to be targeted. And the first Colossus falls. The first. The other under fire. Vikings are being targeted down. Second Colossus goes down. But Creator, he holds on. He does defend, saves the expansion, saves the Nexus. Survives with one Colossus. Second Rover's on the way, getting two Disruptors, rebuilding the Colossi. And Creator, he holds. He holds on and he sneaks out another Nexus. He's crazy. Takes the northern base. ByuN has to retreat. He did have a good angle of attack, don't get me wrong. He was able to get a good concave. But again, he was pushing into 3 Colossi. Didn't quite break through. Oh. Leaves out a couple Marauders. Very nice control here by Creator. Very nicely done. And I still do favor Creator in this position. As ByuN is just now getting his 4th. Getting his 2nd starport into Mass Viking. And if Creator, if he wins this series, I'm gonna message him. I want to ask him about this build, just because the reason why I've been so fascinated about it from the start of the series is because he's the only one doing this. So I'm curious. I want to probe his mind about it. If he wins, if he loses, I'm not gonna message him. Of course, it's disrespectful. But otherwise, I would question. So now, ByuN moving forward, sims in, takes out the Disruptor, massive pickup, takes out the Disruptor, doesn't quite get on top of the Colossus. Colossus is going to go down as well. Creator, he's cut in half. Yeah, he's out of position. And ByuN, he will take down the army, takes down one, takes down the other. Yeah, and Creator's being pulled apart. ByuN, he will snowball out of control, takes down the Nexus, takes down the expansion. And mate, we're looking to make a series out of this. We're looking to make a series out of this. The base is going to fall. And ByuN has a massive lead. As we saw, I mean, hey, the forward base also very isolated from the 3rd and 4th. They're so spread out. Creator caught with only half his army. He got cut in half. And ByuN, he's going to snowball into a win here. Which is kind of what we expected coming into Frostline. But despite that, Creator had such a strong start. It was crazy. The start from Creator, despite that though, is being pulled apart left and right. He cannot keep up with the drop play. GG gets called, and ByuN, he fights back. Whew, he does fight back, does put a point on the board. Regardless, impressive play there, impressive display from Creator to be able to have such a strong start to begin with, to be able to shut down the initial drop play, the initial stim timing, the initial Banshee and tank as well. But alas, as he was attempting to expand, attempting to get into the mid game, he was torn apart. If it wasn't for that, we would have seen a longer game for certain. We would have seen a longer back and forth, but it's just so awkward to defend these bases, so awkward to defend these locations on Frostline, as we saw. And now we get to embrace some of these smaller maps, some of these more aggressive maps. Oh boy, the comeback has begun, and I do favor ByuN coming into not just Frostline, into Erahome as well. For those who are curious, Erahome is an older TLMC map, and Erahome is a rush map. It's very small, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored. Aggression does get across the map even faster. We'll see how ByuN takes advantage of this map. We'll see if Creator can still open up defensively and survive the aggression, assuming that ByuN is going to be aggressive. I feel like it's a safe assumption, but we're going to find out. We are going to find out. I thought only observer was on ByuN's base, but he must have others. We did zoom in. I mean, I guess it's a... We did zoom in. There was an observer in the center of the map. That's why we were praising the observers of Creator. There was an observer in the center that was following the army towards the top side. But here we go. We're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Erahome, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming our champion. It is a Creator. But yes, we did point it out. We were mentioning how like Creator, his observer, was seeing the rotation specifically in the top half of the map, following that northern army. So he did see the rotations and he saw the consolidation as well. That's why Creator did respond. That's why we were giving Creator praise, at least for that one observer. Meanwhile, Creator, he does scouts, he's looking for proxies. I don't blame him. Does check for proxies on the right-hand side before moving out across the map. And again, welcome 1-0 to Errorholm. Errorholm is a very small map. You can see here, there is certain advantages on Errorholm. So you have a ramp coming into the natural, you have a ramp coming into the third base, relatively narrow ramps, or at least more narrow than Frostline, for example. Like Frostline is the extreme, here, a little bit more narrow. Likewise, a very narrow choke point here in the center of the map, but that is all because it's one screen from third to third. Like this is the third base map. So it's one screen basically from base to base. This is what divides the two players from their own, halves of the map. Because of that, aggression can be favored. Reinforcements get across the map so quickly as well. So we'll see how our players will approach this. We shall see. I think the rush distance by ground is comparable to that of El Dorado if both players mine through the mineral patches. If both players mine through those minerals and if they expand towards each other, I think it's comparable. It might be the same, maybe this might be slightly shorter. I'm not entirely certain as to that. But for now, we do have our racks into factory, into starports. Again, this was double gas opener. We are setting up. Actually, I'm not too certain as to the opener. But regardless, ByuN getting to his 1-1-1. Initially with a mine drop, what's important though is the tech lab follow-up. This should be mine drop into, I'm assuming that we're going to go for a tech lab. We'll see if ByuN makes additional widow mines. Oh, he is. Second widow mines on the way. Behind this, robo opener. Same build every game. Every game so far in the series, it's been the same exact build here at a Creator. Robo into Twilight Council, into Charge. Into delayed Colossus, into delayed +1 is what we expect at a Creator every game so far. Hallucination does confirm the 1-1-1, does confirm the Widowmine drop. So last time this Hallucination saw the Banshee play, this time he confirms the mine drop. So now Creator is aware of what's happening, he's aware of what's going on. Oh, the turtles. The turtles. And the drop is spotted. And it will chase it down. So far, Creator, he's all over this drop. Likewise, we can see the factory only being used for add-ons. So only add-ons here. And I love to see that ByuN is faking Cloak. He's faking Cloak. Researching the Matrix. Or actually, that might be real. We'll get into it. For now, Mind Drop does get into the main. Mine drop gets in. Oh my god, a late pull away. 2 probes go down. But the Widow Mines are cleaned up. Widow Mines are cleaned up in the end. No other potential drop play. Medevac takes a lot of hits. Now, typically, whenever we research Interference Matrix, it's usually a fake out to try to make it look like Banshee. But, okay, that is a fake out. Never mind. It was a fake out, is what we usually expect. Now, I was gonna say that because Creator plays so robo heavy, I want to say there's a place for Interference Matrix here, specifically against Creator, but we don't get it. We don't get it in the end, so ByuN just cancels, plays out standard. I got excited for a moment. ByuN moves out. Stim only just began. And ByuN is only vying for map control. He has no pushing power because he has no Stim. Likewise, Creator takes a third base. Moves out to meet any kind of aggression. Auto charge fast into the main. And there's that charge. There's that charge. Once the third base finishes, that's when we typically see the Bay and the Forge into +1 and into Colossus. So we're getting there. Now again, the rush distance by ground is shorter, but I would say the bases here are more defendable than on Frostline. Again, the biggest issue with Frostline is the bases are just so far away from each other. Here on Errorholm, and on most maps, I should say, the third base is a lot closer to the natural, and likewise so is the fourth. So rotating between the bases is a little bit easier on this map, if you can spot the army rotations though. If you can spot ByuN ahead of time. Observers are moving out. There's that prism here for Creator to reinforce, to micro back. Stim is finishing up. And as ByuN breaks down these rocks, he is expanding and getting a third CC. This is not a 2-base all-in, he's expanding. We have the Observer over the natural. The Observer does confirm the CC, so Creator, he knows there's no all-in. Ooh, and the armies are missing each other. The armies, they do pass by each other here, or do they clash? They will. They will clash in the center with the force fields. Does force field, does lock down the army. Slightly better trades here for Creator, as he does pull away. Does pull back. Trying to bait the army out into the open. More Zealots coming in. And ByuN has to race back home. Does have to race back. Consolidates his forces. More reinforcements on the way. Even getting an Archon. Ooh, there was an earlier Templar Archives. Oh, my apologies, didn't notice that. Not into a bay. No Colossus. Interesting. No Colossus this time. So Creator, he's mixing it up. Instead of Colossus going for Storm. Or at least going for Archons initially. Warping in more Archons. This is a much more aggressive style out of Creator. Making use of the map. Making use of Arrowhome. So as you can see, Archon reinforcements, they arrive a lot faster than Colossus, of course. As you can just warp them in. But Creator, he does pull away. Going for the Immortal drop. Okay. He pulls away, takes gases, and starts Storm. It looks like he was hoping that maybe ByuN would push out and they would clash, but there was no aggression. Immortals into the main. Takes down the reactor. Trades against the ByuN. Oh no! Oh my god. Creator, he does overstay his welcome, force a recall. He will save the Prism. But he took a lot of damage on the Prism and on the Immortal. So a bit of a lapse in judgment there. Does escape. Does get away. Meanwhile, ByuN, likewise building up his forces. His Ghost on the way as well. I appreciate that instead of using this Raven for auto-charge harass, he is preserving the energy for a for the missile, for the anti-arm missile. Can be very effective against a charge-based army, or against a gateway army in general. Speaking of, there it is. Missile goes up, massive storm. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Storms are insane. Army is softened up, but I believe those are the only storms. Now, one High Templar left. One Templar in the Prism. And the missile is going to run out. So very nice defense here from Creator. He storms, he shuts down the push. He's holding. But he does need more High Templar. Right now he's only got 2, but there we go. Now he's up to 4. So 4 High Templar. Gathering energy. Like, Creator, he is so heavily reliant on these storms. If the storms do not connect, then ByuN can break through. Or I should say, if the High Templar get EMP'd, ByuN can also break through. Like, that's typically why Colossus are a bit of a safer way to play this out, because Colossus are consistent splash damage. Storm is not. Storm is reliant on your control and your opponent's control as well. Armies do clash. Storm coming in. There's the first EMP. Oh, the Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Prism goes down. 2 High Templar fall. Charge-outs are rushing in, but there's not many Zealots here. There's no reinforcements. There's still 1 Storm in the chamber, and ByuN is forced back. But again, that was a brutal loss for Creator. Still pushing forward, though. Oh my god. Still has that 1 Storm. Doesn't want to waste it. Does pull away. Prism's being rebuilt. EMP does catch the High Templar. There's still 1 Storm, though. 1 High Templar back line. More High Templar coming in. Another EMP. Yeah, the EMPs are brutal. He sims in. He collapses on the army, and ByuN, he will clean everything up. GG gets called. ByuN will tie up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, losing that Prism, losing 3 High Templar was brutal there. Creator, he ran out of storms. Even towards the end, the EMPs were brutal, just catching them out. And the reason why the EMPs were brutal is because there was no War Prism. There was no way to save and preserve those High Templar and protect them from the EMPs. They were vulnerable. They were shut down. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he snowballs out of control. Now we're making our way into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Talisman. Let's go. Let us go. as we are once again loading into a smaller map. Now, this is not as small as Airhome. It is slightly longer, slightly larger, but still very aggressive. We'll get into it as we load into Talisman. Oh boy. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Talisman, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series, bringing it back. He was down 2-0, by the way, and he's brought it all the way back to the ace match. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself from South Korea, being forced to the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is a Creator. Here we go. So unusual to see Protoss go charge before blink every game like this. I mean, again, that's a little bit more common when it comes to robo-based openers, but yeah, it's really unique. It is unique. It is something I'm pretty sure that Creator has come up with this build and come up with this playstyle. I say that just because we cast a lot of StarCraft here, and literally no one else is playing like this, which is why I'd be curious to probe Creator's mind, but it does depend on the outcome of this series. For now, double gas out of ByuN is opening up more aggressively. Here we go. 8 minutes, still no forge. Yes, so we noticed that last game, Creator, he had a different variation. Winding it back a little bit before we talk about the map, because there's a lot to talk about. But when it comes to the previous game, it did seem like Creator was being more all-in. Because he had gone for the Temple Archives instead of the Bay, he didn't go for the Forge, he didn't go for +1, anywhere near as even as quick as he usually does. And that's why he felt pressure to just keep pushing to commit. And alas, in the end, of course, he fell apart. But it was a much more aggressive style, which I feel like is partly because of the map itself, because of Airhome. So Creator, he did adjust. But now we're loading into Talisman. Coming into Talisman here, we have a triangular third, which you can take early on. You can see here, this is a mineral kind of path that a worker can go through. A worker can go through this mineral path, a unit cannot. So a Marine, a Zealot, a Zergling cannot get through this path, but a worker can, so you can expand a little bit easier. You can also probe scout and worker scout easier as well. Oh, hello, Creator. As he does hide his probe, but so you can take this triangular third base. Likewise, it is a hybrid base as well with gold patches, and these two patches in the center are a little bit they're a little bit smaller. There's less minerals here to actually gain access to that base with your ground army. Likewise, if you take this base, you can expand towards your opponent and take another hybrid base and be hyper aggressive and push in towards the bases. So you can expand aggressively here on this map. Meanwhile, the pylon has been thrown down. Twilight Council opener. Are we going proxy DT? Are we going for a proxy Dark Shrine? No shot. No shot. DT based openers are a thing in this matchup, and they can. We have actually seen Gerald kill ByuN with it before. On Oceanborn. It was a couple of months ago at this point, but that is something we could see. And yep, there it is, Dark Shrine. Risky, very risky. This can kill a Terran, but we'll get into it as we do have the initial Reaper Hellion diving in towards that base. So far the Adept is holding on, but we have the Stalker coming down to low ground. Adept taking a lot of hits, and the Adept is going to go down. And from here, ByuN is getting access towards the mineral line. The boys have to be pulled. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. Hellion is targeted, but what about the Reapers? What about the Reapers as they focus on the Stalker? Brutal damage already. Stalker goes down, Adept goes down, boys are falling. And before Creator can get into his build, he's losing too much. Oh no. 4, 5, 6 probes going down. Is this how the series is? Is this how it ends? Is this how it all ends? Papi, 7 kills, 8, 9, 10, 9 workers go down, and now he's there's things looking bleak here. Now, first things first. If ByuN mules, he just muled. If he mules again, if he mules at the wrong moment, the game can end. That's how this build kind of works here. We're going to be warping in some DTs, and if ByuN he's going for the Raven. He's going for the safety Raven. Oh no. He's fine. He's fine. Oh no. DTs are welling in. I mean, the Raven is halfway done, so there's like a window of opportunity here. Meanwhile, we get a mine drop into the main. Mine shots go up. And here come those DTs. Alas, we're seconds away. Now, this DT can get some damage done. We'll kill some Marines. We're going to get some SCV kills as well. But alas, yeah, the Raven pops. The Raven popped out and GG gets called. Again, we were heavily reliant here on no detection on the mules. It was just a big gamble here from Creator. Raven popped, GG. GG, well played. ByuN will take the series. GG, well played. It was close. It was a very close, very clutch series. I mean, again, Creator, he started the series off so well. And even on Frostline, remember Frostline? Creator had such a strong start. He was able to scout and punish. He was able to shut down the initial Hellion Reaper aggression. Then he scattered and he forced the cancellation of the Banshee tank follow-up. And then he sniped Stim. Like, everything was going so well for Creator on Frostline. It was almost a 3-0. And then Creator, he got caught with his pants down. Like, that's reality here. Creator, he got caught with his pants down. If you remember, Creator, he had half his army at his would-be 5th base, and he had half his army like in between his 3rd and 4th, and so his army was split in half, and he just got caught in half as well. He just got cut in half. We saw ByuN just collapse on the 5th. He surrounded the 1st army, then he collapsed on the 2nd army. Like, everything just went from bad to worse real fast, real quick on Frostline. And then from there went the way of ByuN with some more of these unorthodox maps, to be fair, with Airholm and Talisman. To be fair, it was Creator who just was crazy, and he went proxy DT on Talisman, which again is viable, and ByuN has lost to it before, but ByuN, he was playing safe. He went for the Raven. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, ByuN, he will claim the series. ByuN, he will claim it. GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN, he will claim the series, will advance on, and will be our champion this week. Congratulations. Congratulations. So GG, well played. And yeah, with that, congratulations again. Shout out to ByuN, by the way, for having the tenacity to be down 2-0 and to bring it back as well, right? He didn't give up. He didn't. He persevered despite everything going against him, and yeah, was able to bring it back. GG, well played. GG, well played. So that, congratulations to ByuN. Also, I'm asking ByuN, at least his perspective, asking him about the build, and he said that Classic and Hero, they sometimes do it. It's like, okay. Sometimes. He, Creator, he relied on it quite a bit here tonight. And I mean, again, to success, to be fair. To success in the first 2 games. And almost in the others. But with that, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Congratulations to ByuN. If you want to support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino page of this event. You can help support the players through that if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. This was our morning broadcast. We're going to be live once again in a couple of hours with our next event, with the Pondcast. Quickly switching over here. Quickly switching over, bam. We have our weekly schedule. So here we are, Thursday morning, we just wrapped up with the Turtle Tussle, and Thursday evening at 7 p.m. KST, we're going to be live with the Pondcast. That is going to be in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live on this channel with the Pondcast. So if you're in the Americas, you can maybe wake up early. If you're in the Americas, it's a really rough time zone for you, so time slot for you, I should say, so most likely going to be asleep. If you're in Europe, just as you wake up. If you're in the southern hemisphere, or if you're in Oceania or Southeast Asia, then at a more prime time for you, we do have the Podcast. That is our weekly talk show where we do go over all the results of the week's tournaments, as well as any news to go over as well. This week there was an interview with Fiant, so we're going to be going over Fiant's interview. There was an interview with MMA, he had an interview with Zombie Gob, so we're going to be discussing that. Sort of made a video regarding his future in SC2, so we're going to be discussing Sort of's video. Likewise, TLMC finalists have been announced for Team Liquid map contest number 20, so we're going to be going over those maps alongside all the other news of the week. So there's a lot to go over this week. There's a lot to indulge in, and I need to get ready for that. I'll be honest, I haven't watched the interview yet with MMA, so I do have to watch it ahead of time so we can discuss it. And same with ByuN's interview, I do have to read up on it. It is in Swedish, I believe, so it's going to be rough translations for the Swedish interview, but we'll be going over that as well. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be up to in between casts, and I'll try to get some sleep. I'll be honest, I just woke up for this event, and we'll try to get some sleep, try to get some veg. Oh. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Just catching up with the chat. MMA, you say? Yes, MMA. He was interviewed a couple of days ago. Oh, I should say the interview was released a couple of days ago, so we'll be going over that. Catching up. Yeah, it makes it right. Yeah. ByuN floating so good, one could say he's got good buoyancy. Had to stretch for that one. Sure. Even the players like the gamba. They do like the gamba. Can confirm. I was hoping you could ask about Creator's build. Next time, I'll ask him. But yeah, I'm not gonna message him now. Like, it's not after a loss. Has English version on the website. Okay. Yeah, get some sleep, Pappy. Get some sleep. It's all good. He's making a comeback? No. Just an interview regarding the history of StarCraft. Chance is a great name. Yeah, for sure. But with that, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll had a great time. Again, this is our weekly schedule, so we're going to be live in 6 hours. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with Amantes. We have the final day of OSC Season 12 Championship on Friday as well. We have the KSL on Saturday. We have SEL, we have FSL, and Sparkling Tuna Cup STC on Sunday. So our schedule is packed as always. We are live twice a day, every single day except for Wednesdays. Wednesdays we do have half a day off where I was streaming some Final Fantasy. We're playing some Final Fantasy. So you can check that out over on my personal channel. I try to stream whenever I can, but this week has been very busy for us, and I've been falling behind a little bit when it comes to scheduling VODs, just because we spent so much time deleting VODs because of the changes to Twitch. So again, Twitch, they've kind of like abolished their VOD system, and we had to make sure everything was ported and exported over to YouTube. If you're out there, if you see something that you like here, and if you cannot watch it live, then check it out on YouTube. !socials in the chat. You get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Discord, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. Again, we upload to YouTube on a daily basis. And yeah, I got some work to do. I'm going to catch up on the interviews. I'm going to schedule some VODs. Then I'll get a bit of a nap, and then we'll be back with the podcast. Non-stop StarCraft here on the channel. Next week should be a little bit lighter for us, which I look forward to. It's been an intense year. Like, this has been our schedule basically all year. And it's only recently that we started having half a day off, but we've been having a very, very intense schedule this year. And coming into March, we should be easing back a little bit. OSC Season 12 Championship is wrapping up, and we're going to be wrapping up a lot of our other casts as well. So looking forward to it. And looking forward to sleeping eventually. Let's go. Sleeping properly, I should say. Otherwise, if you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. You can see we just reached our goal on Patreon, kind of, to be honest, to be transparent. We reached our goal for the next day or so, but on the 28th of February, it does reach the end of the month, and we did have some canceled patrons, so the goal is the amount we get on Patreon is going to drop down after the end of the week. But we are looking to maintain our current goal on Patreon. If you're curious, what is that goal? 400 USD a month is to boost the prize pool and to increase the prize pool specifically of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Right now, Sparkling Tuna Cup only pays out top 2, but if we can reach that next goal, we can pay out top 4 alongside it. So that is the goal. That is the current goal. We do have another goal after this once we can maintain this. The next goal would be to boost the prize pool for our amateur events. Almost there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Do stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Let us have a look. We'll find someone. Yo, Sugar is streaming. Let's go. Password as well. Jason and Smile are playing Zelda. Of course they are. But we'll find someone. I see Neuro streaming. Find someone to send everyone over to. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow or in 6 hours with our next cast. See you then. See you next time. Ciao. Papi ciao. See you next time.